In progress.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's council meeting, Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we'll pass it to Clementine so she can do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber. Present. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith. Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in today's meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you are connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees must keep phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
Thanks, Clementine. With that, we'll go to general public comments. Anybody wish to make comments that are not on today's agenda? For those in the chamber, just ask you to stand up to the left of the podium, or you can remain seated if you choose. But if you could just identify yourself by raising your hand. So we have 2 in the chamber. All right, and we'll check online for folks on Zoom. If you can use the raise hand function, I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody online. So we'll go ahead and do the 2 folks that we have in the chamber. You'll have 3 minutes.
Steve Lightfoot, is my mic on? Steve Lightfoot of LennonMurderTruth.com. You see, folks, I'll be leaving to Utah soon if you don't protest with me this December 8th, probably. Hi, Steve Lightfoot here to remind you that I will be moving out of California to Utah probably permanently if you don't demonstrate with me throughout this John Lennon murder evidence I have found against our government. LennonMurderTruth.com and all the glory attached to it will slip through your fingers after March 1st, 2025. Every Sunday and this December 8th, I am in downtown Monterey on Alvarado Street from noon to whatever with my pink website van. Get off your asses, masses. Get off your asses and care while you can. I'm daring you to give a damn. You have been flat-footed fools and ingrates all this time regarding me and what I am doing. This story is too big to break any other way than by our forcing the media to disclose it. Force. Your cowardly cover-up is harming America. Every day you keep quiet. Your apathy is also messenger abuse. My life is in danger as if you all didn't know. This is what I can do about your resolute foolishness, fool-looking jealousy and apathy regarding the matter. If you lose me, you lose historically and in ways you can't fathom now. Many millions in taxes for sure. A huge loss to California's reputation and standing in the world. The biggest news event in U.S. history. You have not only been taking me for granted these past several years, you have all secretly conspired here to boycott my magazine behind my back while the rest of America got informed instead. That you are secretly in jealousy against what I stand for. Protecting King. After I do succeed in exposing all this, you won't be able to argue to your fellow Americans you didn't know. No, you had my website advertised in your faces for years, and the website speaks for itself. The killer's face, true identities, Chapman's name and letter linking Reagan before the crime. Government bold print codes in major magazines, all about it, including passages in Nixon's book, The Real War, that detail why Lennon must be assassinated as it sits next to just elected Reagan the day of the murder. Who's in, who's out, the headline. And what King writes about. Proof, not theory. So much hard evidence, a 20-minute primetime televised display of it will result in King's immediate arrest. Children can admit it's King getting the autograph. Why won't you? Not avenging John Lennon is a crime you can't afford to commit any longer. You fools must pull your heads out of your rear ends and care before I leave you all in the dust of disgrace. There is a steep price for doing nothing. You need to stand up for truth and justice before March 1st, my birthday, or lose big time. As the world's only messenger in this, I have and hold considerable cards. I only know what I will do if you stay silent on the matter. Then it's a race between Utah with me and you without me to break this news first. Sincerely, your evidence hero, not theory, Steve Lightfoot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I think we have some overheads to put on display, and you have the same handout. I'd like to talk to you about some things that were said about how neighborhoods are formed for purposes of the Neighborhood Improvement Program Committee. And if you could put the first slide up. I'm going to read.
So sorry, Tom, are you speaking on the item? Because we have 3 NTIP related items during this evening's
Right.
agenda.
I'm not speaking to the appointment of the gentleman to that neighborhood.
Okay,
I'm
so
speaking
general
to-
public comment.
You're
Okay.
in. Okay. So if you could put that slide up, it's an excerpt from the city charter. And I want you to, if you could, please look at D of 6.6. The important part there is that it talks to residential neighborhoods, not just generic neighborhoods, but residential neighborhoods. That's what the representatives on the NIP committee represent. And the next slide, please, is from the city code, where it actually enumerates the recognized neighborhoods. That's the current city code. And you'll see there the names of the neighborhoods that are recognized by the city for representation on the NIP.
I apologize. I think this is related to that item. I mean, this was, I'm assuming this is in direct response to this item being agendized at the last city council meeting.
I would be saying these whether or not that was agendized. This is about the NIP committee and the recognition of the neighborhoods, how the neighborhoods are formed, not about the appointment of a representative. That's what's on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
So those are the recognized neighborhoods in the city code. The next slide is a definition that you can just, anybody can look up of what a residential neighborhood is. And I'll just let you look through that at your leisure. I don't have to go through that. But obviously the attributes are it's predominantly residential and it's a district. It's a location that's contiguous. And the next slide, please. This is a map that shows the current NIP manual, which shows what are supposed to be the residential neighborhoods, but you'll note that this map does not conform with the city code. It's showing some parcels in there that are not listed in the city code. And what was stated in previous meetings is that all of these polygons are residential neighborhoods, but that doesn't comply with the city code, which I've just shown you. The next slide, please. This is a map that comes from the city's website and is what was shown by staff at a previous meeting. And it mutates from the previous slide. At least the previous slide is in the policies and procedures manual. So at least that was approved in 2021. This particular map wasn't approved at all. So I'm not sure where this comes from. It doesn't conform with the city code, nor does it conform with the policies and procedures manual. And I don't know if you have another page, but there was another page I think I included, which is yes, that one there. So this is just very hard to read, is the map that came from the policies and procedures manual prior to the 2021 rewrite. And you'll note that the neighborhoods listed here conform with the city code. The only difference between this and the current city code is that Skyline Forest and Skyline Ridge were combined at one point in time. So that is what was in effect prior to the rewrite of the policies and procedures manual. And in my opinion, is what it should go back to. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and move to consent. Does anybody in the council wish to pull any item on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up to the public for opportunity to speak on any consent items, or if there's a desire to pull anything. Anybody in the chamber? Okay. So this is consent agenda. So anything on the consent is
And to clarify, the afternoon consent, because there is a consent evening as well.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so there is a consent agenda on the evening session, but is the agenda posted up here? This is not number 8. Yep. Okay. We'll check online for folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person online. So we'll go ahead and go to that caller.
Jean, go ahead, please.
Hi, it's Jean Rash. I just want to make sure that 12 and 13 are pulled, but I think they're for this evening. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve of the consent items, and just for the record, folks that are watching, it's items on the consent 1 through 7.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Can I ask we close the back door, please? It's freezing. I'm sorry. I can't feel my finger. Okay. Can we just double check and make sure it's unlocked? All right, moving on.
We have another door.
Public hearing item number 8, vacate portion of the unimproved right of way on Manzanita Street at John Street. And I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Thank you so much. Engineering Assistant Cody Jennings will present to us.
Setting up a PowerPoint right now. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Cody Hennings. I'm with the Public Works Department. I'm an engineering assistant here, and I was the staff responsible for this report. So we can get started here. I'll start with a little bit of background. So the property owner at 899 Johnson Street had requested that the city vacate the right-of-way that's adjacent to their parcel. And that's kind of the first step in this process of vacating right-of-way. The following step, we took it to the Planning Commission, and their review is to see if it conforms with our general plan that we have in place. And on May 14th, 2024, they confirmed that it is consistent with our general plan. So next slide, please. Kind of as that was going on, Public Works, we start our review. And as you can see in the slide here, that we identified this section of Manzanita right-of-way, which extends from Jefferson Street to Madison Street. We have kind of broken into 2 sections. The top section is our improved section that has a roadway, standard asphalt, and the unimproved section is outlined in red there, and that's the section in question. Even further, the section that they're requesting we vacate is, you can see, circled by that dashed yellow line adjacent to their property. So that section, it's unimproved, and we have no current or future plans to make any improvements to that section of Manzanita. Next slide, please. Zoom in a little bit further. As we said, it's not the entire section, but it is just the section that is adjoining their property. It's about 20 feet wide from their property line to center line, and then the length of that parcel, 899 Johnson. There is a deep stormwater drain facility through the center line of that parcel. So what we've done is to retain a 10-foot wide utility easement in case we ever have to go in there and make any adjustments or repairs to that. Next slide. Therefore, staff recommends the proposed vacation of that section of the right-of-way.
Thank you for the presentation, Cody. Council, any questions? Please.
Yes, I know that there's not much history on this portion, but do we know how long it's been in possession of the city of Monterey?
Our records show that the original subdivision map, which was I want to say 1858. I'd have to check.
Okay.
It's been as a right of way since it was originally subdivided.
Okay. And it's roughly 20 feet by the length of the property at 899.
That's what they're requesting to vacate.
Okay.
So typically, when a subdivision map is created, the property owners own the property from their property to the center line of right-of-way, because a right-of-way is simply an overlaid easement for your municipality or county to make roadway improvements to that make roadway improvements within that easement.
Okay, so where it's orange, and that's the city right of way that we propose to continue to maintain.
Sorry, could we pull it back up just so that we can have,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
you're
could
good. I just want to make sure that everybody in
the
the
map-
public
yeah.
understands too.
Yeah, the details
My
kind
eyes
of
were
tell the
focused
story
on
here.
This screen, yeah, that screen. Yeah, so the, I guess it would be lavender color is the 10-foot or so easement that we plan on continuing to maintain.
That's correct.
Okay. To the left of that photo, along that property line, is that contained by a fence, or is it open property from that easement all the way through the proposed new portion that we would vacate? Is there a fence anywhere in a factor here?
There's if you can zoom in, this was the survey prepared by the applicant. There have been some improvements from that property on the left. But currently, I think that's the only thing in there. If you could see, it's denoted by a brown line.
So where it says wood frame garage, that's on the left, outside of that easement line? Yeah, right
That's
there.
correct.
Do we believe that there's a fence in between that and our easement?
Yeah, there's a fence there.
Okay. Okay. And you said we have a center line easement, and there's currently a drain that's there?
There's I believe it's 12 to 13 foot deep storm drain infrastructure.
Okay, sort of a collection point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on the residence property that is in the yellow of 899, do they maintain a fence along their property line?
There is a bit of fence there, yes.
Okay, great. That's the only questions I have.
Any of the council members? Just one question. What does the property owner anticipate using the land for?
So the original request, it's a small parcel, and they just kind of wanted some extra yard, some flat area. I don't think per the utility easement, no permanent structure can be built within that 10-foot easement. Everything else is up to them. They'll of course have to go through any other permits required by the city. But their main kind of goal was just to create like a fenced patio area, I believe.
Okay, but just one quick follow-up question. If they wanted to expand the house, they could do that or build some other kind of structure, assuming they get approved for all the permitting.
Yeah, if they follow all of their offset boundary rules and anything like that.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate your presentation and answering the questions. We'll now open it up for public comment. So we'll take it out to folks in the chamber. Does anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? So we have 2 speakers in the chamber. Anybody else? All right, we'll check online. We'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 person on Zoom. Why don't we go ahead and start with the person on Zoom this time? I'm going to change it up. Y'all aren't ready for that, were you?
I believe this is the property owner. This is Jadra. Go ahead, please.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name's Jadra Luke, and I'm the petitioner for this request. Cody, covered all of the technical information, but I thought I'd offer a little bit of background, regarding my reasonings for the request. And to me, it's pretty straightforward. I own one of the 2 houses that's on Johnson, adjacent to the row. And my family's owned the property for a long time, more than 50 years. My parents built the house there in the 70s. And, as long as we've been there, there's, the vacant row. And it's a little unsightly, and historically has not been really maintained. And it's also become sort of like a makeshift parking lot. There's sometimes illegal dumping and stuff like that. So, the lot that I have now is very narrow. There's not a lot of a yard. So for me, I'm just hoping to have a bit of a side yard, a secure private fence, somewhere I can stash my trash cans, and just sort of a little barrier between me and the row so that not just anybody can just walk up to my back door or, crawl under my deck. with the current property lines that I have, including setbacks, I don't really have enough room for a fence. So I do want to, just fence it in, just have privacy. And, again, as Cody mentioned, it's not the whole row. It's not even really half of it. It's just a slice that's already adjacent to my house. Since it's not being utilized, I just, hoping that I can make use of it, and I also just want to add that I'm totally invested in this community. I grew up here. The property's been in my family for a long time, and I'm not planning on flipping it, selling it. And I don't have any intention of expanding the footprint of my house, putting, any structures there other than, landscaping or a patio or something like that. So, again, I see this as an improvement for the neighborhood and an improvement for my property. And, I can just assure you that I'm committed to making that happen. And I'm committed to treating this whole thing as an improvement, not just for me, but for the neighborhood. And I don't think it's a loss for anybody. I don't think it's a loss for the city. And, I'm happy to take over the maintenance. I'm happy to take over the liability. There's some pretty big trees there that are maybe a little dangerous. And, I'm happy to take all of that over. And again, I just want to, I see this as an improvement. I don't see this as a loss for anyone. So, I'm hoping we can make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll bring it back to the chamber. We could take the two public speakers we have here.
Hello again. Hate to butt in on this one because, as you know, I'm familiar with this area. I think staff did a really good job. I would support this vacation myself. The only thing I would caution is that if the storm drain is really that deep, I think you said 15 feet deep, a 10-foot wide easement isn't going to be wide enough to dig down to it. So you're basically committing to having to, if that pipe ever needs repair, you're going to have to do it robotically, basically. So the applicant said that she's not going to be building on it. You might want to consider having like a no build easement in that area too, so that you could get equipment down through there in order to replace that pipe sometime in the future. Just a suggestion. It's a very steep, as you probably know, I think sounds like you were out there. So it's not really viable as a street. The other thing is that the street down there, it's too bad somebody from the fire department isn't here, because we've had discussions in the past about some other form of access out of that. I forget the name of the street down there now. It's slipping my mind. But anyhow, it's a dead end street and it's heavily vegetated and it's a 1-lane road to get in and out of there. So it's a little bit perilous. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Barry, and I lived just across the street from this property. I'm at 889 Jefferson Street. The back of my property runs up right against this, and I'm here speaking for my wife and myself, and we're completely opposed to this idea. First of all, a little bit of detail about the site. I don't know Jadra, although they've owned the house for a long time. Apparently, they haven't lived there and outside of the last couple of years for at least 30 years, because it was a rental for the entire time I've lived there. I bought my home in 1992. And I would say that, first of all, there is a setback from her house. So if she wanted to put a fence up, there currently is no fence along their property boundary. They could put one up and put their trash cans in just like everyone else on those very small lots that are mostly 40 by 80 feet. The habitat there, or the site that we're talking about, is used. It's for 3 reasons at least. First of all, I walk my dog there just about every day. So do many other people who use that area. My son, when he was young, he's gone now. We used to play baseball backing up into that lot. He used to like to hike around and play Army in that area. There are other kids in the neighborhood that are slowly growing up. I see little babies running around a little bit. So I hope that they'll be having access to this. This also is an area it's a habitat for a variety of animals. We see deer that sleep there. That's one of the reasons our dogs like to walk there, because there are the deer are there and they're sniffing around and having fun seeing the area. There are all kinds of birds that use those trees, hawks, owls. We've even seen an eagle on one of those trees, as well as all of the local songbirds. It's a habitat corridor for animals that are coming down from the stream bed along Madison Street that goes all the way and connects all the way up eventually with the Skyline Forest. And while there might be other little corridors around and it would still be open with that 10-foot strip, it degrades the habitat somewhat. And while I sympathize with the people that live in this area that have small lots, we all have small lots. And I think vacating this property so that Jadra could put up a patio or use that for whatever use they have in mind degrades the quality of life for the rest of the people in the neighborhood. We won't be able to use that the same way. The wildlife we all enjoy seeing. I see deer every day walking up there. We've seen coyotes, foxes, even mountain lions in that area, rarely. So I view this as a negative, and that it's going to decrease the quality of life for a variety of people that live in the neighborhood for the benefit of one homeowner. And while I sympathize, I can't support this. And thank you.
Thank you. That will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Please.
So very quickly, so will there be trees taken down at this lot? Is this part of the vacating it? I'm just kind of confused about the comment about the habitat and the trees. Are there trees that are going to be affected by this?
I think that would fall to the property owner. The city would have no action removing trees.
Okay. So
Anything
part of
like
our
that.
vacating, it wouldn't have any type of consequence of trees being taken down or anything like that.
Not by the city, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, anything else?
Yeah, I have
some questions.
I've got a question of
but-
staff, if I could. If you could put the map back up, any one of the maps that shows the general area of Manzanita and Johnson Street. We had a member of the public that spoke and they were in opposition. He identified himself as a neighbor. Is there a way we could get a little more clarity on the bottom side of the yellow? It looks like it's under the canopies of trees. What is below that green line as it moves to Madison? Is that, it looks like there's another resident. If you go down, take your cursor and go down, looks like right behind the subject property, there is an additional structure down below on the bottom side, right there.
That's
right
off
there.
of Madison.
Okay, so that's Madison side. Okay, that's a living structure.
I believe that's access to their driveway. Because as the resident pointed out, there's a stream bed down there. So it's somewhat of like a bridge crossing that stream to access their driveway.
Okay, it just kind of looks from here, it looks like it's a structure, but maybe not.
Sorry.
Okay.
I want to be careful with
Yeah.
the public comment. Okay.
And so I'm trying to get the realm of this surrounding the subject property. It looks to me as though there is a neighbor on one side and on the other side, and they face an open street, which appears to be a dead-end street. Is that correct?
At the top of
Top of this subject
Johnson.
property. Manzanita does not continue after Johnson.
Once it hit Johnson, it's terminated.
So it's terminated in a dead-end street there.
It's like a 3-leg intersection.
Okay. So what I'm wanting to find out is below this subject property's grid, where we can't really see much past the green line, that's all vegetation and there's no structure there. Is that correct?
Adjacent to 899, it is all vegetated, yes.
Well, it's below and behind the house.
If we go to their I don't think their survey picked up any structures or anything. Possibly Google Street View would be a good use at this point.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Google Street View now so that we can have a better idea of what we're looking at. Give me 1 second. to do that. One moment. So this is Manzanita Street looking away from Madison, and maybe you can describe this.
Oh, yeah. So this is our improved section of Madison, and it goes between Jefferson and Johnson. And if we do a 180 here, this is where the right of way continues. As you can see, we haven't done any improvements here. The property on the left is 899 Johnson Street.
Okay.
So if you kind of split that right of way down the middle, 899 Johnson Street would absorb kind of that half of the right of way, just the length of their parcel, which is approximately 80 feet. As you can see, it drops off pretty steeply going down to Madison.
Okay. So and that's very helpful to have that. So that we would retain the 10-foot easement. And if someone wanted to walk through that easement, they would have access to the downhill side on the back side of that canyon.
As our map show, yeah, it would still be considered city right of way.
And Councilmember Smith, if you look at the street view and go further, there is a street view on the Madison Street side, and you can see that walkway and what it looks like from this side. So Madison Street is kind of this one-lane road, and then access up.
Yeah, and it's very steep in that in that spot. So you go from Johnson through the right of way, and then down to Madison, it's very steep.
Very steep, yeah.
Yeah, great for animals, but not so good for walkers.
I think it would be difficult for an individual to walk down Madison. If we could see the topographic survey that the surveyor put together, the lines get pretty tight, so it's a significant drop off.
Great, that's the only additional questions I had.
Anybody on this side have questions? So regarding the spacing for fencing, does the current property line permit them to be able to add a fence without the easement?
That would be a good question
Or
for
the
planning.
vacating of-
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not fully 100% aware of like our fencing requirements, anything more than a corner lot.
Is that something that planning might be able to answer without
I'll back up.
having done terribly a lot of research on this one?
Yeah, so just so I understand the question, are you asking if there's a setback requirement from the property line and where a fence would be constructed? So no, fences are allowed to be built on the property line. Now there is a height restriction based on the front yard setback area. So it's limited to 4 feet in the front yard. And then past that front yard setback, it can go to 6 feet on the property line.
So by doing the vacation, does it change how they're fencing?
It would expand the area in which they would be able to fence in.
Okay.
Yes. And I'll just also weigh in on an earlier question as far as tree removals go. Nothing with this approval would authorize any tree removals. Any tree removals would have to go through the tree removal permit process. So if associated with development, would go through community development. If not, it would go through the city forester.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then there was a few comments made by Tom. And so would a larger easement potentially be needed? He was expressing some concern around, if it's 15 feet below or,
Yeah. Sorry.
Please, no, please.
No, the depth of the storm drain being 12, 13 feet, trenching would be pretty unlikely kind of method to repair that. This was something that we considered in our office, thinking that a 10-foot wide easement would be sufficient, and we'd be able to use other methods to make any repairs to that infrastructure if needed.
Okay. And then I guess a final question would be, have we considered the cost of the value of the land that's being given? I mean, it seems like we're just giving it to them as opposed to having some kind of financial transaction occur regarding that. Has that been something that was considered or can be considered?
In this case, so the city doesn't own the right of way in question. Typically, how it works is as a subdivision map is created. The right of way is just simply an overlaid easement that allows us, the city, to make any road improvements and maintain any structures we put there. Otherwise, in this case, if it's requested to be vacated, the easement would simply be removed, and then the area from a specific parcel to center line would then just refer back to the adjacent property.
Okay, thank you. So open for a motion or any other discussion here.
I guess your line of questioning at the end is kind of what I'm struggling with a little bit myself. I'm trying to understand what the public benefit is. There's clearly a private benefit. So I'm just struggling a little bit.
Yeah,
I guess.
I'm with you there. Please.
Yeah, I think for me as well, I'm wondering if maybe staff might have any other examples when this has been done in the past, and how did that work out? I know I'm asking a question and might not be prepared for.
Well, we based this vacation off of something we did back in 2019 with the diocese over on Church Street, where they were expanding their recreation field over, if you think of Church Street and Figueroa, they wanted to vacate some of the right of way to expand their field. Pretty similar process. Same case as it's a right of way. The city doesn't own it in fee. Granted, probably benefit a few more people than a certain resident, but that's what we base it on.
Please.
I guess, are we legally required to vacate it if we don't have plans to sort of make use of that right of way? I understand it's not, apparently we don't have anything in the general plan that envisions using it other than, I guess, for the storm drain. Is that something that we're sort of legally, I guess, how does the law factor into this? Is this something we have to do, or is it just something we have discretion to do?
Hi there, it's Christine Devi chiming in here virtually. The city council is not required to vacate this easement. So this is an optional action item for you. You can grant the request or deny the request at your decision.
Please, Dr. Barber.
So were other adjacent neighbors notified about this for tonight? I know we have the regular public piece that goes out, but I'm just curious, were there letters or any type of communication where other neighbors were notified?
Yeah, so per Streets and Highway Code, we are required to post, I believe it's 2 consecutive weeks in the public newspaper, which our city clerk so kindly did. And then we also posted physical notices at the property for the last 2 weeks.
And did the clerk receive any other additional opposition to this?
We received a letter from Mr. Barry who spoke. That's
Other than Mr. Berry, was there any other opposition that you received for this?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead. And then I think I hear you wanted to.
Yeah,
Let's let Gino go and,
yeah, go ahead.
and then we can jump to you.
Thank you. So going back to the point about city not owning the right of way, does that mean that city would not be able to build anything on that right of way?
We would be relinquishing the easement that we have.
As it stands now, city cannot build over that piece that's currently city right of way.
The city could improve it if we chose to do so. As is currently, we don't have any plans or future plans to do so.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I was just a little bit confused in terms of there being underground facilities, right? And whether or not we could build on top. Okay, thank you.
Let's go to
I'll pass.
okay. All right.
If other adjacent property owners were to make similar requests, could they do so? And would there still be, room for us to be able to access and do the work we need on the storm drain?
It would follow a similar process. As Streets and Highway Code 8320 states that the city council can initiate this or at request of a property owner. So they could follow the same procedure, and we would go through the review and see if there are any other easements we'd want to maintain or put in place so we can maintain any infrastructure we have there.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So it's not city, so it's not the city's land. We have an easement. And it's, but who's the owner of the property? So they own that, it's theirs, but we're just basically vacating part of the easement. Okay, and then I did want to clarify Dr. Barber's question. The council did receive an email last night from Nina Beatty, and she had expressed some concerns around. So this might be a question for Levi, because she said on May 14th, Levi, when asked, told the planning commission that the land would be appraised and sold to Miss Luke. So I just wanted to confirm, maybe I don't know if there was a miscommunication or maybe there was a misunderstanding of what was communicated.
Yeah, at that time, I was unaware that the property was not owned in fee and that it was just simply the easement. So yeah, as Cody mentioned, typically if it was owned in fee, there would be more of a real estate transaction component to this rather than a relinquishing of rights to the easement. So yes, that was a I misspoke in that moment.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. Anybody else?
I'm ready for a motion if there's
All right.
no other.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I'm going to recommend that we adopt and accept the staff's recommendation of changing the size of our easement and vacate the designated property in this agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Under discussion?
So I literally just thought of something and I want to make sure that I'm not creating an issue here. I live pretty close by, but I don't know if it's within the parameters. Yeah, the 500 feet.
We are city clerk's office. We're taking a look at the map to identify
thank you
the
so much.
500 feet. Please bear with us.
I apologize. I should have thought that's earlier.
Yeah, it is not within the 500 feet. It's within the 1,000 feet, but not 500.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so it's a motion and seconded. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just want to explain a little bit of my reason why I think this is appropriate. And I think staff covered this late in the discussion that it's already 899's property. This entire area has been an easement, but the city has never needed to execute anything other than maintaining that drain. So I don't see this as necessarily crossing the line of making or abandoning our future public interest. It's already been not within property that we could have ever sold. And it's already always been an easement. What we're doing tonight is we're reducing the size of our easement because we don't necessarily need all of this easement that we've had since the 1800s. So the city staff has not recommended holding on to any more easement than 10 foot by whatever the depth is. And I think I heard 80 feet. That gives us adequate service level to maintain an appropriate size of an easement. And by vacating, it does have some benefit to the resident. However, it's not necessarily monetary and it's not property that we could ever sell or we likely could improve in any manner other than having an easement that size. So I don't see any reason to hold on to the size of the easement that it is now. And so I'm comfortable giving up the 20 feet and maintaining the 10 feet as an easement. So that's kind of my reasoning.
Any other discussion? I think I'm inclined to support it, even though I have some feeling of indifference. I understand where there are some concerns regarding from a neighbor but I think you make a compelling argument, Councilmember Smith, and so I think for those reasons I'll support it, particularly because there is some space that's still available in the current easement that does allow for wildlife, for neighbors to utilize pass-through space if they did decide to want to go back there. That does kind of give a space for a public right of way. Yeah, I think these conversations are tough when you're dealing with differences of opinion in regards to neighbors, but I think that the proposed action, I think, strikes a good balance between, I think, the arguments that I heard in opposition to this. So I'll go ahead and support the motion. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Were you ready for that? Were you like, appreciate you. All righty. Item number 9, open a public hearing to receive protests of proposed rate effective January 1st, 2025 for residential and commercial solid waste and recyclables collection, and adopt a resolution increasing rates if a majority protest does not exist. And I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Our Sustainability Coordinator, Ted Terrazas, has prepared a brief presentation. This process started quite a few months ago, and tonight we can share with you the result and hopefully also get a recommendation from the council to approve the new rates.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to go over a few slides regarding the solid waste and recyclables collection rate increase. So we can kind of jump really quickly into some of the history just very briefly here with Monterey City Disposal Service, who is our hauler for the city. They've been our franchise hauler for over the past 40 years. They provide also service for the Naval Postgraduate School and the Presidio of Monterey. They also rent and operate our city-owned recycling facility at Ryan Ranch, where they do the separation of our recyclables from the city and prepare them for sale, and also provide over $600,000 per year in rent to rent out that facility, as well as the sale of the material that offsets their operational costs. And the sales revenue from the recyclables that are sold out of that location do help stabilize our waste hauling rates. They don't completely offset any of the rates. The recycling rates often fluctuate depending on the cost of the materials directly, but it does provide a good offset of the cost associated with sending out folks in trucks to go collect material. The last thing there is it does the Monterey Disposal does provide waste collection and recycling waste services at competitive rates, which we'll see even in light of the requested rate increase that they've requested recently. In addition to that, something that goes along with this rate increase is a Prop 218 noticing. Our garbage rates are charged through their own billing. They are not attached to parcels or through our property taxes here in the city. However, it is a mandatory service, so we have interpreted that to be under the Prop 218 noticing requirements, which ultimately provides public transparency to rate increases that are associated with property taxes or owning property. The garbage service, again, there is mandatory and may follow this process. As I mentioned, part of this noticing is a 45-day public notice prior to tonight. So we've had to let people know by early October that this decision will be put before the council today, so they'd have time to ask questions and look over information before this evening's meeting. And with a little more specificity there were over 9,151 notices sent out, basically reflecting the parcels in the city of Monterey, removing a few of the duplicates for duplicate parcel owners, so they're not getting 100 notices if they happen to own a lot of parcels. But over 9,000 notices were sent out, and as of today, we've only received 6 written protests to this rate increase that is being proposed today. The request From Monterey Disposal, they gave us some information since 2022, so in support of the increase request by indicating they've realized a 32% increase in vehicle insurance costs in that time, an 18.5% increase in landfill disposal fees, a 7% increase in fuel costs, and they will also be their collective bargaining agreement for their collection staff will be expiring next month. Well, they'll have to be undergoing new negotiations, which will likely lead to significant increase in labor costs, especially when compared to other recent labor negotiations that have happened recently in Monterey County and for other waste haulers in the region. This is a little bit small there. We should have it all in our printouts though and posted online, and it was on the rate increase. This is just to let folks know what the increase of some common services was. This was just on the back of the notice, just to let people know standard residential service increase, what the change will be. Basically, it's an 18% increase across the board, but just to let folks know what those rates will be and a quick notice. And they were also given the opportunity to look online and see the full rate sheet build out if they wanted to get more information about what those rates would look like. Can go ahead to some of I think the most telling pieces of information about this rate increase process, though, is really how we compare to everybody else. So really, that's sort of really where the rubber hits the road in terms of, is this reasonable or not? Where are we? Does this make sense or not? Really comes to where we are in comparison to everyone else. And when you look at standard residential monthly service, you can see the city of Monterey and the blue bar there and the little bit left of the middle. In terms of the other peninsula cities for standard residential service. So the basic garbage, recycling and yard waste service that everyone has at their residences. The city compares very favorable in terms of residential rates. When you look at commercial rates, this is a common two cubic yards of refuse. So a small dumpster of refuse and recycling once per week. The monthly rate for that, the city of Monterey would still be on very much on the lower end, as you can see the third from the bottom there when compared to other cities. When you look at another common rate, a 20 cubic yard roll off, so the large drop boxes you'll see in people's driveways sometimes, that collection has remained incredibly low and extremely competitive. As you can see, we're the lowest right there in the region, and something that our commercial accounts have been very happy to see the services provided by Monterey Disposal. And so the recommendation is just that the staff recommends approval of the rate increase, and that the information before you tonight supporting the rate increase that they've requested. And we can move on to oops, I think we moved ahead to extra information there, so we can move to questions and comments.
Secret slides.
Yeah, secret slides. These are just backup for
We saw that.
some other some California laws. So yeah, just disregard that. Strike that from the record, unless there's any direct questions
That would
related to.
hide those slides.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me just clarify that. So we had all a good laugh, but these are anticipated questions that we think you might have, and then we have a slide for that. So we'll see if you have those questions.
After all these years, I never knew.
All right, are there
Let it out of the bag.
are there
Sorry.
any questions here, please?
So my question is, what was that slide? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what was that? Go back to that. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Okay.
So it says, an increase of, the increase would result to the city, in the amount of 1.8 million. What is the current one? And so I can kind of see what that difference is.
The franchise fees that the city receives from the partnership with Monterey Disposal, so it'll fluctuate from year to year depending on their revenue. So we will receive 15% of their overall gross revenue, their gross receipts for the year. So it'll fluctuate. Like We were getting about 1.7 million in the past year or so. That was at about that rate. Obviously, with an increased rate, the amount will go up to, a bit, about 1.8 or 9, depending again on where those revenues are. So if they stay roughly at the same rate that they are now, we could expect a couple $100,000 more a year in franchise fees from Monterey Disposal. Again, if they're collecting that same revenue that they are now at the same amount they are now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm looking, thanks, Ted.
Mhm.
I'm looking at packet page 84, where it's the chart that's the rate schedule.
Okay.
It has the list of the basic service, and then it has a physically unable to place containers at the curb, and then additional services. And down below, there's senior discount, and it shows that the senior discount is discounted so much according to the fee. So how does one apply for a senior discount?
Yeah, there's a application that Monterey City Disposal will provide, and just get some basic information from folks, and they can and fill that out and complete it, send it to Monterey Disposal, and then they can if they meet all the requirements, the criteria of the discount, they can have it applied to their monthly account.
Okay, so there's a disabled discount, unable to put it at the curb,
Right.
but you also have a senior discount based on the criteria of being a senior. So do you know what that qualification is?
The senior also comes with, I believe it's a moderate income level as well. So you have to be a senior, but also within the moderate income levels just established by the county and the HUD. The amounts that we use for our housing office basically match the same thing. So it is still kind of it's higher than the low income, but it does factor in the condition of being 65 or older as a senior, but then of moderate income level as well by those standards, that they're able to meet that discount rate. So there's a couple factors of it. The physically unable to perform is to place the container is literally if you physically cannot place the container out at the curb, if you have some disability or some other issue that physically limits you from that, they can work with folks to sort of balance that out and help folks that are not physically able to place their containers at the curb. They're able to collect it.
Okay. I didn't see a chart here that said if you're not physically able and you just don't want to do it yourself, could they charge us for that?
They actually will have a long walk charge where they can come out and evaluate the property with slope and steepness,
Right.
and actually consider that as well. They call it a long walk charge,
Right.
where they're able to come collect the material, collect the container, dump it, and then put it back in its place. But depending on the distance and the slope,
Right.
they'll charge a different fee for that.
And I think those are good for the public to know that there's,
Yes.
when they may be struggling to actually get it to the curb,
Yes.
if they are senior, if this rate is uncomfortable, and that information is in the monthly bill that they receive from the city of Monterey.
From Monterey Disposal, yes. And actually, that you mentioned it's actually something else we can potentially highlight. We have newsletters that go out to residences and commercial businesses during the year, and that's actually a good point. That's something we can maybe highlight again in a section that's to make people aware of all these rates again, and if they have questions to reach out to us.
And I think that'd be good to do the outreach so that the public is aware that there may be a special condition for their special circumstances.
Understood.
Thank you.
Beautiful. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Thank you, Ted.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody in the public wish to make comments on this item? Sorry, I'm starting to lose it. All right, seeing none in the chamber, we'll check online. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody online, so we'll bring it back to the council for, just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Motion or deliberation? Please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Sorry, I apologize. I did do this wrong. I have to ask for a request for tallying of protests.
Oh, yeah, that's a protest hearing.
So 5 minutes? Okay. We'll just stand by.
Give me time to check on the.
That doesn't mean you get a slice ahead of time, okay?
That would be check on the meat pizza.
God, I'm gonna miss this. Oh gosh. Give us something to look forward to. Oh my gosh, I almost lost it when I saw that. Oh, I should probably. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we turned it off.
You know what I had for dinner the last 2 nights? Pizza.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Hmm? Meat. Domino's. Yeah.
No, Mr. Jordan. Is that really pizza?
Yeah. Yeah. So we typically get 2 mediums. They had a special. One was large, one was a medium, and then I had pepperoni and sausage, and my wife had something. Seven and
Mr. Mayor, we completed the count.
in Florida.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the council back and we'll hear how many protest votes do we have?
Yes, we still have only the 6.
We only have the 6.
Mhm.
All right, so now we can take the motion. If Councilmember Hoffa wants to lead us off there.
Yeah, should I make that motion? Then I would move to approve.
Perfect.
That's
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then there's one closed session item, so we will take public comment for the closed session item. It's item number 10, closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 5495.6.8, property 9 Wharf 2 Sandbar and Grill. Agency negotiators are Kimberly Cole and Jenna Aldretti. And negotiating parties are Craig Ling, under negotiation, price and terms of payments for lease extension. Any public comment? Anybody in the chamber? Anybody online? Do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and close that. And as we close out our afternoon session here, I would like us to sing a bright and cheerful happy birthday to Dr. Barber, whose birthday is today, and to Nat, whose birthday was on Sunday. So, all righty, here we go. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dr. Barbara and Nat. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Anymore. All right, so now you guys had to tell us your birthday wishes.
To get out before 10 o'clock.
Ooh,
Second.
that's quite a. That's a good. Wish is the key word there.
Can we vote on it?
We vote on it.
That's also my birthday wish, so.
I thought yours was going to be get out at 9.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and recess to the before we come back to the evening session. Thank you, everybody. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're going to do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to re-adjourn our council meeting today, Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, for our evening session. And we'll ask Dr. Barber to lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. All right, we're going to do general public comments continued. So for anybody that wants to speak in general public comments for items that were not on today's agenda, you can feel free to do so. We'll start in the chamber. If anybody in the chamber wishes to speak during general public comments, I'd ask for you to stand up to the left of the podium. Okay. And we'll check online. We'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we'll go ahead and go to our public commenters online.
Esther, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to mention that unfortunately, this last election brought out the ugliest comments and the most contentious candidacies that we've seen in the past. Everybody's been talking about it. And it's very, very disheartening to know that there were lies, blatant lies, repeated over and over and sent out in mailers and just all kinds of unsavory commentary going on. And we should absolutely not be going this direction. Just because nationally it's been acceptable doesn't mean that it has to be acceptable here. And I want to call out Councilmember Ed Smith specifically because he was not only endorsed but sought out the candidates that were doing it and supporting the supporters that were all over next door and just it was just really unheard of in this area before. And we should all be ashamed that this is the direction that it has taken. And hopefully the next election will not continue this direction. And definitely, hopefully it won't get worse. So I'd like to just make that comment for everybody to think about how they conducted themselves this election and hopefully learn from it and see that just because you came up with lies and mistruths, your candidates did not win. So the truth prevailed and the voters were smart enough to know what they were voting for and who they were voting for and what was truth and what was not. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 705. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Trump is probably the most foul-mouthed of any spokesman I've ever heard of, so a lot of people are taking his example. Having said that, NOAA just announced a rare hurricane occurrence is forming off the coast of Oregon. Why? Because trees all over Oregon and California and Washington are being cut down and thus heating up our planet. Trees cool the earth. You, city planners, have created a hotspot right here at Fisherman's Wharf, which also contributes to our sanctuary heating up. And so, yes, I predict we will be getting more hurricane weather as we heat up our Pacific Ocean. Which brings me to ask you to reconsider sparing the execution of hundreds, if not thousands, of eucalyptus trees on our peninsula in consideration of the supremely important role they play in being global greenhouse gas vacuum cleaners. With every tree you cut down, you heat up the planet. So I'd like to also say that the myths that are being perpetuated about these trees so people will hate them come from the chemical companies such as Monsanto, who invented the invasive species diatribe so people would use their chemical herbicides. And you will notice in every application of removal of invasive species, herbicides is the answer to their eradication. We need these magnificent trees now more than ever. They have been maligned as fire hazards when in fact they were planted as fire and windbreakers by our wise and intelligent forefathers. The lesson at Angel Island has been pushed into the dark halls of history. But what was the lesson? When the Native Plant Society insisted eucalyptus trees needed to be removed because they were non-native, a fire hazard, what happened? Angel Island broke out into the worst firestorm it ever had in its history because they had cut the trees down and the grasses caught and the wind was allowed to have free havoc. So let's learn from that lesson and save our divine eucalyptus trees. Thank you.
And we have one more telephone caller. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. This is Brian Rosen again. I want to start out by talking about what's happening to the Palestinians. It's just really terrible. Imagine what's happening, all the women and children being killed. I love what Martin Luther King said, that we have guided missiles and misguided men in positions of power. And now Mr. Panetta, our representative, has continually voted for the genocide, for giving money without condition. And this is wrong. And the majority of Democratic voters said, no, we're against unconditional support and we want a ceasefire. And the Democratic Party ignored that. And people stayed at home. And look what we have now in office, the worst possible man to be president. People didn't vote. So I wish you would do a resolution against the war machine. It's not all good defending us, doing terrible things around the world often. As far as the eucalyptus trees are concerned, they do produce a hell of a lot of oxygen, and the big majestic trees certainly need to be left alone. They're just precious and beautiful, and they do a valuable role. And when the big Thomas fire raged all the way from Ojai to Santa Barbara, it was oak trees, and it was out of control. So I wouldn't scapegoat these magnificent trees. At least let them live out their lives. And please protect the trees. They give us, protect our climate. They protect our souls. They're all valuable, just as all people are valuable, whether they're native or non-native. We're all important, and everybody matters. It's the only way we create a better world is when everybody matters. And it can't just be Orwellian talk. It has to be the real thing, you know? So let us realize we're all one, and what we do to nature, we do to ourselves. And let's start respecting Mother Nature, and let's respect the eucalyptus trees. I dare all of you to go out and give the eucalyptus trees a hug, and just capture their energy. It will go flow through you, and meditate in front of them, and you'll realize how precious they are. And they're not the cause of fires, really. It's careless humans. So please do something about global warming instead of just cutting down trees to prevent fires. Bring the train back to Monterey, and let's stop putting so many emissions into the air instead of Band-Aid solutions like thinning forest. And I guess that's all I have. You're giving me a lot of time, Mayor and City Council. So thank you for listening.
Even cut himself off early there. Okay, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and ask staff to provide announcements from closed session, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council held a closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding 9 Fisherman's Wharf 2 or 9 Wharf 2. This is known as Sandbar and Grill. And under negotiation were the price and terms of payment for the lease for a lease extension. And on a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to property negotiators.
Thanks, Nat.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we'll go into our public appearance item for the evening. Item number 11, to adopt and approve funding for the fiscal year 2024-2025 Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program, NCIP. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reggie Jackson will, Reggie Jackson.
Everybody gets a do-over.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, Reggie. Yeah, all right. Reggie Paulding will start us off with a presentation. I'm not a baseball guy. I don't know where this came from. He's baseball, right?
Very much so.
Yeah. Brady, he was one of my childhood heroes, so I'll
There
take
you
it.
go.
I'll take it.
Your CM knew that.
So yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. So what we're going to go over is all of what we did over the course of roughly, I think, 7-8 months, and starting in January. The NCIP program, you guys were involved in that to some degree, so you're all familiar, I think. So we'll start off here, if I can get this right. So NCIP program was created to preserve the uniqueness of Monterey, which and Nat gave us a very detailed presentation up at Hilltop Center. But one of the takeaways was that the program was established by a vote in 1988, added to the city charter. And Measure B provides for 16% of the annual TOT to fund the program. So as you all know, we have 18 neighborhoods in the city of Monterey. We have 15 of those are represented as they're identified here on the left of this slide. So yeah, we have a total of 15 representatives on the committee. This year, all 15 neighborhoods were represented on voting night. So you'll see that 0 to 10 was the number vote each person could vote for an individual project. And the max vote was 150, well, that any one project could get. And as we presented previously, the fire forest management project was the #1 rated project, which you guys had already approved and funded. So then this year we received, in February of 2024, we received 69 new project applications. And as you can see here, kind of where they fell in the various neighborhoods. Top neighborhoods were downtown with 14, New Monterey with 14, and then next was Del Monte Beach, Casa Nova Oak Knoll, and then the multi-neighborhood areas, which generally consisted of places along the recreation trail. So total applications that were reviewed by the committee throughout March, April, and May was 100. So we had the 69 new applications. And then this was the last year where we brought back projects that had been closed out in 2020. So there were 31 of those for a grand total of 100 projects. For one reason or another, 20 of those projects were withdrawn or found to be not eligible for the program for various reasons, that mostly they weren't capital projects, or like I said, the applicant withdrew the project. Some of them had opposition from other members of the community, those types of things. So we ended up on voting night with 80 projects. The total cost estimate for those 80 projects was a little over $24 million. And just for comparison to last year, 2023, we had roughly the same number of projects, but the estimate cost was $20 million. So it went up by a little over $4 million. Just for your kind of information, and we can talk about this more if others are interested, but we completed 16 projects in the course of the year, so to date. So that just gives you kind of a reference. We're completing 16 projects, but we received, we voted on 80 projects, just where we landed. So as of right now, today, if council approves all of the projects that are on the list, we would end up with a total of 87 projects and a total budget greater than $20 million in the NCIP program. So here's the budget available right now for projects to the NCIP. TOT revenue that was brought in last 23-24 fiscal year, just under 6 million. There was, as I say, kind of a bank error in your favor. If you guys ever play Monopoly, right? We have about $4.8 million that was in the cushions that finance department presented to NCIP, one-time money. Then we have an ending balance of a little over 1.5 million. We have contingency near 800,000. We had an expense count of $450,000, that which leaves us $12,590,000 that we can award on projects. So kind of the timeline, February 9th was deadline to submit projects. As I said, we received 69 new projects for this cycle. February 22nd was the first preliminary review of projects. And as I said, this was the last year for returning projects. So future years, if anyone had a project that was closed out by the city back in 2020 for the COVID pandemic, they would have to resubmit that application at this point. And there were 31 of those reviewed. Projects were screened on February 22nd, and a number were ruled out as ineligible. So then what makes a project, what are qualifying projects? They have to be capital projects, and that includes, but not limited to, streets, storm drains, sewers, sidewalks, lighting projects, traffic control devices, landscaping, beautification, parks, recreation facilities, and public buildings. So those were kind of the criteria. And as I said, we reviewed these projects March, April, and May over a series of 4 meetings. So that we had the 4 meetings, and then voting night was on June 6th, where we reviewed 80, voted on, and prioritized 80 projects, which are in the agenda packet. Each project with the votes that they received. And then starting on August 13th, we brought these projects to the Planning Commission for review and consistency review against the various plans. August 15th, we took the projects back to the NCIP committee for a final review and recommendation to City Council, which we're presenting tonight. Then last week, November 13th, we took the projects, the Parks and Rec specifically related projects. We took those to the Parks Commission for their review and determination for consistency to the Parks and Rec master plan. And here we are tonight in front of City Council. So back in September, the Planning Commission found the projects to be consistent with the various plans, including the City of Monterey General Plan and various neighborhood plans, the Move Monterey Multimodal Plan, the traffic calming plans, and other plans. Parks and Rec Commission had a tougher decision, I would say, where we presented them with, I guess, so take a step back. I'm sorry. Rewind. So Planning Commission reviewed 42 projects, the top 42 projects on the list. We presented all of them to them with none of this option 1, option 2, which you guys will see this evening. So they got the full list of projects, up or down, were they consistent or not. Then we went to Parks and Rec Commission. We presented to them 9 specific Parks and Rec related projects. And we asked them to specifically look at the projects with the mind, keeping in mind this Section 5 guidelines and projects goal 3 for Parks and Rec, keeping in mind that one of the goals from the Parks and Rec master plan is to maintain and enhance existing parks and facilities. And that if they were to approve new parks or recreation facilities, that they needed to keep in mind that they needed to identify adequate maintenance and operation funds for the maintenance and operation of those facilities. Based on that presentation, they made the determination that 7 of these parks related projects were consistent with the master plan, and 2 of those projects were not. Number 1 was the Ryan Ranch pickleball construction funding project, which is on tonight's list. And then the second one was Recreation Trail bike repair stations, which was also a new application this year, and which would require ongoing funding to replace broken or stolen items. So to bring us to what everyone is here for tonight, we have 2 options that we're presenting from staff, right? So option 1 is what I'm calling the traditional NCIP list of projects in order 1 to 35, with 4 cutoff projects as they were voted on by the NCIP committee. Option 2 has a modified list of projects that we have removed the projects that are not recommended by staff for one reason or another, which is explained in Exhibit A2, which you have in your packet, which we'll go over, which leaves us with 33 projects plus 2 cutoff projects. The difference in number is based on the funding for the projects that we're recommending, staff recommends to not move forward with. These list of projects were also presented to the NCIP committee in their June 6th agenda packet. It was a memo dated June 3rd from city staff, which is included as, I think it's attachment 5 in your packet this evening. So just to go over here, we have the complete list of the top 40, I think it's 44 projects in total. It's 43 or 44. And the ones that are yellow and underlined are the ones that staff does not recommend moving forward with. And I'll go through each one of them individually. Number 7 is the New Monterey Neighborhood Plan update. So this was on the original memo. This was one of the items that was listed as staff was neutral toward. But in the time since then, we've some new information has come to light where the city is considering no longer moving forward with updating neighborhood plans and going a different route. So we are now recommending to not move forward with this project. Project number 9, install electrical disconnect at Deer Flats entry. This project is at the it's Jocelyn Canyon, and I think Deer Forest Drive, I believe it is. And there is kind of an entry median with lights, sconce lights that illuminate the signs and trees at night. It's my understanding that while that project was built using NCIP funds, the city believes that it's our understanding the HOA is responsible. Deer Flats has an HOA. They're responsible for maintaining common areas within the Deer Flats community, and this should be their responsibility. Item 18, Ryan Ranch pickleball construction. City staff is based on, the findings from the Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the information that's in the Parks and Rec master plan. We don't believe that it's in the best interest of the city to move forward with constructing that facility. Item 23, Casa Verde Way Highway 1 underpass murals. This facility is owned and operated by Caltrans. The city of Monterey would have to go through an encroachment permit process to place murals on the underpass. And Caltrans could revoke that at any time, which would then require the city to remove the mural at our cost. And it would also be incumbent on the city of Monterey to maintain and clean if there was any tagging or any sort of damage to the mural. It would be on the city to repair it. And there are currently no funds set aside for maintenance and repair of the mural. Item 34, Herman Street Veterans Park Path Improvement. This is a current project which we're working, so that's an easy one. 37, Fire Safety Analysis and Hazard Reduction Program. Our contention is that this project has already been completed by the fire department. They had their fire community program that was presented here to City Council in November of 2023. So that's active and moving forward. We've spoken about item 39, the recreation trail bike repair stations. Right, that was found to be inconsistent by the Parks and Rec Commission with the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And again, we don't have funds to repair and maintain those items. Item 40, Via Gayuba speed reduction measures. Again, this is a project that has been completed in a different form. In 2024, last year, we had a project that was approved by City Council to evaluate the conditions along Via Gayuba, specifically at Walter Colton Drive. There was a project to install stop signs at all the three, I guess, intersection approaches. And based on the analysis, it is not warranted to install stop signs there. So there's no path forward, so to speak. The project has been completed. And then I guess we'll call them kind of sandy, clay 41, 42, and 43. Those are projects that are only recommended under option 2. So in the agenda report, it speaks to 32 projects that are consensus agreed on. Those are the ones that you see in the white type. So 1 through 33 on this slide, and then 35, 36, and 38. So just in summary here, staff recommendation is that City Council approve NCIP projects listed under option 2. However, you do have several options. City Council can approve the NCIP committee recommendation, which you will find under option 1. Council may reprioritize the list of proposed projects. Council may choose not to fund specific projects. Council may change the contingency amount, which is not presented in these slides, but it was to bring the contingency up to $1.2 million. Council may request projects to be rescoped, go back to NCIP committee and rescope projects. And or you may reduce the amount appropriated by a 4/5 vote.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Put it up for the council questions.
About 3 slides back on 37, I didn't quite follow what you were saying on 37, which is a fire safety analysis hazard reduction program. So if you could push rewind and give that to me one more time.
Right. Okay. Yes. I might not have gotten the terminology correct, but it's the fire department along with PG and Carmel. So Monterey, PG and Carmel conducted a fire safety analysis for the local area. And that plan has been finalized, and it was presented to City Council in November of 2023.
Yeah. I got it. Now that jogs my memory, and now I understood what your first comment was. Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Dr. Barber?
Just a clarification. You spoke about number 7, saying that the city is not updating neighborhood plans.
Neighborhood area plan
In general,
updates.
the city is not going to be doing any updates of neighborhood plans in general?
I believe we're going a different route. So, and if
Can
Kim
you
would, yeah.
explain a little bit about that, please? Thank you.
So as the city council's aware, our housing element was approved in October by Housing and Community Development Department of the state of California. And one of the things that's clear in new housing law is that we're going to have to move from discretionary guidelines, and that's really what a lot of our plans include today, is a discretionary process that we need to move towards objective design, regulations. And most cities are incorporating that into a form-based code. And the idea is that as homeowners or developers come to the city, there's a checklist basically. And if you can, the city in advance says we want the developments to meet X, Y, and Z. So a lot of the regulations or guidelines in our existing plans are going to need to be reworked. And we hadn't really broached the full extent of this implementation with the community yet, but we are looking to move towards objective design standards. And there's a lot of different examples we could share with the city council on what other communities that were further ahead of us in their housing element adoption, because Southern California, for example, adopted first. They had an earlier deadline. So we'll be bringing that forward to you, this concept of objective design standards. But it's the idea that people would know in advance what the city's objectives are for a particular area.
And if I may add, those objective design standards apply then to the whole city. There can be here and there some neighborhood specifics carved out, but it is not, it's state law requires to have those objective standards, design standards applied across the city. And so neighborhood plans are a thing of the past.
Thank you for clarification.
Yeah, and just one other thing, I think it'll be really fun to move to an idea, a GIS-based information system where you're a resident and you'll be able to click on your parcel and your objective design standards for your site would come up. So instead of having to wade through various regulations, it's going to become a more interactive sort of site-by-site analysis.
Thank you, Kim.
All right, appreciate it. Just a couple questions. In terms of the bike repair stations, where would those stations be located?
So I don't think we have, specific locations, but the idea would be somewhere along the recreation trail.
Mm-hmm.
So, where we have, right now we have various like water fountain stations.
Mm-hmm.
There's other amenities on the recreation trail. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can answer it specifically.
Okay, but that helps. In general, along the rec trail was the idea of the project.
Yes.
Thank you for that. My second question regarding the street improvements on Gayuba. So not having a stop warranted, that pretty much brings everything to us. Screeching halt. You like that? But and not necessarily a question here or more of a comment. I think I know that there's strong interest from our residents, and especially folks who live along that area, to do something about the vehicle traffic that we see there and the pedestrian traffic, right, to increase safety. So I know it's a little bit frustrating also from the community standpoint to work so hard to try to develop a project that potentially could increase safety, and then find out that that kind of project is technically not allowed, right? So just trying to point out here the
the challenges, right, in trying to, as a community, define what we want our communities, our neighborhoods to look like, but then also having to wrestle with not only guidelines but policies, right, that don't allow our staff, our local jurisdictions to do that kind of work. So just wanted to point that out. But having said that, also I think there's still is opportunity for community to advocate, right, for other type of infrastructure that might increase safety in a different way. So just wanted to share that, and that's all. Thank you.
First of all, thanks for the informative presentation. I have a couple of questions. I wonder if we could just sort of drill down and maybe explore the definition of a project. So I think you mentioned that something like a plan would not constitute a project. I'm not sure if I heard you right or not, but I know in the past we've funded things like traffic studies. We funded things like a study to identify where could we have a dog run park, or where should we have pickleball? I'm pretty sure things like that anyway. And so is this kind of a change in staff interpretation of what a project is? And are we going to kind of be consistent going forward with, I guess it has to be a physical thing you're actually building?
I can go ahead and answer that. Okay, so it's you're correct. We have funded plans and studies that inform us on how to construct or build capital projects, and that is still allowed and is still something that we can do. A neighborhood plan incorporates a lot of things besides capital improvements that would not be eligible for funding. If the council decides it wants to move forward with a neighborhood plan, I would just recommend that the component funded would be limited to the study of what capital improvements are appropriate for that neighborhood.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then on the question of sort of neighborhood plans, and I understand kind of the rationale based on where the state is going and our housing element, all of that. I'm wondering, will that sort of same logic apply to our specific plans in our business districts, which, you know, while they're also kind of form-based, they're also, each of them is unique. And so, you know, has staff thought about, you know, is that something we're also going to be phasing out? And if so, why or why not?
So in our commercial districts, for the residential development, we'll be developing objective design standards, but we also have 100% commercial buildings, and those will still be able to retain discretion over. So we will have an interesting community conversation as we try to create those objective design standards. We've already done that in some of our specific plans for SB 35. If you remember, that was one of the earlier laws that was adopted by the state. So there's actually a checklist now for SB 35 projects to streamline them in our specific plan areas. But we just see this continuing to expand at the state level. Every new law that comes out, they keep talking about objective design standards.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Regarding the Deer Flats project, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around why the city wouldn't have ownership over some of the projects. I mean, I guess kind of part of where my question is, and maybe a little bit rhetorical, but I think deserves some level of response. Like, what about the park? What about the streets? Like, how are those maintained? Is the city maintaining those assets, or is the HOA responsible for them?
So the city does maintain the parks and the roadways. I guess we're seeing this kind of entry as something that, right, they pay for the gardeners to maintain the the vegetation. They change out the lights. So it is somewhat different.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So if folks want to identify themselves by standing up to the left of the podium, or you can stay seated and have your hand raised. Anybody want to speak on public comment in the chamber? And then while folks are standing and making their way, we'll check online via Zoom. For folks to use a raise hand function, I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 online. Anybody else in the chamber that's not standing want to speak? Okay, so we have 8 speakers, 4 in person, 4 online. So we'll go ahead and just take it to the folks in the chamber.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk to the new Monterey area plan if I could. Excuse me. I think another approach to this would be to leave it in the budget as a placeholder, because it sounds like by not budgeting for it, you're presuming the conclusion that the neighborhood plans are not going to be going forward. And until the planning commission makes official action that says we're going to rescind all these neighborhood plans, I would just as soon have the funding available. Now, I looked at our neighborhood plan, and yes, there are a number of elements in it that are related to housing. So I could understand why those maybe need to be weeded out. What we're asking for is not just a carbon copy of what currently is. Otherwise, that would be useless. I mean, why would we want to spend money just to put a new cover on an old neighborhood plan? We want to update it. So there's a lot of elements in here like urban design. So that includes things like an Upper New Monterey. We don't put in sidewalks. We've had a number of people say we'd like to see sidewalks in Upper New Monterey. And we keep telling them, no, the neighborhood plan says we don't have sidewalks in Upper New Monterey. Well, it seems like now's probably a time after 33 years that we should have that discussion and decide, are we going to change that or not change that? And maybe along the way, we just axe some of the elements of the neighborhood plan, such as housing or whatever the case might be. But by not providing the funding, I think that's foreclosing on that option. So I would just soon see the funding allocated. And if it doesn't go ahead, then that comes back into ending balance and it can go towards another project. Thank you.
Hi, Jean Resch. I hope that you'll start with considering the option 1. And this may sound picky, but procedurally, I think it's important. Under the ballot initiative, the recommendations are brought to council from NCIP. That's really the passageway up to you. Now, does that mean that I think that staff comments and Park and Rec aren't important? No, they're very important, but they should be comments about option 1, the recommendation from NCIP. And there's 2 ways to look at some of the differences with Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec has a master plan, and part of me goes, why would we ever consider anything that's not on the master plan? And yet NCIP is beholden to hear the public. And when you have 50 people lining up and saying they want pickleball, consider Ryan Ranch, part of what NCIP does is bring the will of the people to you as a new consideration. So procedurally, what I'm suggesting is take option 1 and then remove what you need according to everything you hear and go from there. There are lots of good reasons I think, to reconsider some of these projects. And one thing I want to throw in defense of staff with the pickleball court is Chief Hober and I both serve on the MPC bond review, and there are now 8 pickleball courts up at MPC that taxpayers paid $3.6 million for reconstruction of 3 tennis courts and 8 pickleballs. So all the more reason to reconsider. And I understand why staff is doing it, but procedurally, it's important that we follow procedure, because in my experience of about 12 years on NCIP 3 training to become an NCIP rep, the most frustrating part was when things would go out of protocol, often by staff, and it was just so hard to constantly respond to that. And, I don't want to bring up old wounds, but there were many, wanting $2 million and wanting retaining walls at Dry Creek thrown in at the last minute and hostile amendments. So I would encourage, as we go forward and hopefully cure some of the problems with NCIP and relook and start with our new chair, who's great, that we pay attention to procedurally being precise.
Hi, Jamie Fields, NCIP, Del Monte Beach. Just want to touch real briefly on it. There was to paraphrase something I heard in a city council meeting a while ago before we had a chance to really do a lot of talking on this. It was a quote that said something like, "Why are we going through this cumbersome process? We, the city council, can decide what's needed." So I want to say right here, option one is the way NCIP was designed to work. It's a chance for a very small part of the budget to be directed by the neighborhoods who've identified their own needs. The NCIP committee goes through hours and hours and pages of documentation and testimony to come together from the neighborhoods with what's needed. And it may be different. I'll tell you flat out, the NCIP committee absolutely knew that the city didn't want the underpass. And it absolutely knew that the city didn't want the pickleball. But it went through a lot of work gathering input and looking at ideas and funding and said, you know what? These are really important. We want to do them. Things can go on the list. They stay there. They get worked on. They get reviewed. In the long run, maybe they don't work. But this list, option one, NCIP's approved list, is all about what the neighborhoods want. There is no room in any of the requirements for NCIP for the city to add projects. I think we heard about option two adds 41, 42, and 43. No, there's no adding projects. NCIP says, here's the list. And then the city council says, for this reason or that reason, we take it off. And I think that's super important. That's why this is a cumbersome process that we do follow in the NCIP world. It's all to itself. It's respecting what all those people did in all those hours. So please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Chineri Obona. I'm the new Monterey NCIP rep and the new NCIP chair. I did submit written comments earlier, but I did want to again reiterate that the comments I have are on my behalf because we haven't had a meeting, so I don't feel like I can speak towards consensus. But you'll hear a number of different ideas here tonight, and I hope you do consider them. I also wanted to say that since we had our joint City Council NCIP meeting, there's been a lot of progress, I feel, towards improved communication and transparency. And I do want to shout out specifically Andrea, Reggie, and Parker for meeting with me and Dennis as vice chair over the past few weeks. Again, I think we're having good discussions, and the hope again is to try to hit a reset and hopefully create a more thoughtful and mutually inclusive path to kind of move things forward. So we've talked about having a meeting in early December. And again, what I've been hearing a lot is that there is a desire for the NCIP committee to weigh in on a lot of the things that we're talking about here tonight. I do hope there can be a meeting in the middle. So I did have some thoughts that I would like to share. I think because we all agree on 32 projects, and that includes the 2 cutoff projects on the option 1, I would suggest that that would be what gets passed tonight. I do want to ask for consideration for the new Monterey neighborhood plan, and that certainly can be restricted to potential capital projects. What remains would be 4 projects where we are not in agreement, staff and NCIP, and I would like for those projects to go back to NCIP so that we can kind of review them and maybe see if there are any solutions or options. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take it online.
Going to call on Robert.
Thank you, City Council, for supporting the NCIP. I think Monterey is the only city that does this. And when people come and visit us, they admire what we have. And I don't think they realize the trouble that the citizens go through to do these NCIP projects. And with that, I would like to speak on some of the projects that are on the option one from Casanova, Oak Knoll, and the North Fremont area. Projects 8 and 10, building the sidewalks on Ramona and Casanova, will be a culmination of a project that was begun over 30 years ago to put sidewalks in our neighborhood. I would please ask you to support completing the sidewalks in the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood. Another project that was a milestone was putting the radar speed signs on Airport Road. I don't think you can actually stop people from speeding, but when they see a radar sign that says you're going 47 and it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone, you are personally identifying to that driver that he's speeding, and it's very effective. Those two radar signs were put in decades ago, and they've reached their mechanical limit, and we just need to replace the signs on top of the posts. It's very effective, and it's a public safety aspect. The last project I'd like to speak on has a return on investment, and that's completing the bicycle path that we built on North Fremont Street. At first, people called that the bikeway to nowhere. We've now completed through NCIP a bicycle path all the way down Mark Thomas Drive, going to downtown from our fairgrounds. Excuse me. It's not yet completed, but it's shovel ready and it's going forward. Pretty soon, if you contribute a portion of the funding, we'll be able to cycle from North Fremont into Seaside, Delray Oaks, and into Fort Ord. And can you just imagine in 2 or 3 years when they have the Sea Otter Classic and attendance has gone from 60,000 to 80,000, and the North Fremont Business District says, stay here on North Fremont. We are the stepping stone to bicycle heaven. You can bicycle to Fort Ord, you can bicycle to downtown, you can bicycle to the bike trail, you can bicycle everywhere in Monterey from North Fremont Street. So I think this one project, the GAP project, is one of the few projects that you'll see a return on investment. And I implore you, help us complete the North Fremont revitalization and build the GAP project. We need a safe bicycle path across Delray Oaks. Thank you so much for supporting NCIP and being open to all the things that they've done. Thank you so much.
Next, AJ.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me in the room?
Hear you.
Great. My name is AJ Purdy. I'm the Aguajito Oaks NCIP representative. I appreciate the discussion and the consideration here by the council. I just wanted to kind of state that, I would be in support of Chineri's recommendation here. I do think, finding that area of, agreement between the council and NCIP is a good thing. I would encourage the council to strongly, consider the NCIP's input, and option 2 doesn't seem to necessarily do so to the full extent. And so I would hope in moving forward, starting with those 32 projects seems like a great move, but not disregarding the others. And just to note, if the list that Reggie was sharing in the council chambers does kind of show them in ranked order, the proposed option 2 does remove 2 of the top 10 voted upon projects that were considered community input. And the last point I just want to make for the council to consider here is that, whether, when staff for the city kind of recommends to include or remove a project, the council really should consider whether or not the project is eligible. I agree with that. And the NCI process does include elements to, vet projects to make sure that eligibility is there. And, for instance, the Deer Flats project, whether or not the HOA exists shouldn't necessarily mean the city should just strip the project from that neighborhood. And so I just hope you kind of consider some of these nuances moving forward. I appreciate you, considering all the work that the NCIP committee kind of puts into this process, and, looking forward to continued stronger communication coming into the new year here. And so thanks for your time this evening.
And lastly, we have Rick Hoyer.
Thank you. I'm Rick Hoyer, got a little bit of knowledge of NCIP. I want to speak to two different things as a result of the staff report. The second meeting of NCIP is specifically to look at redundant projects and ineligible projects. NCIP had 7 meetings where redundant projects these 3 that are now all of a sudden duplicates, could have been brought up and never were. I guess my question is, why not? And why all of a sudden now at the last minute? Parks and Rec prioritized all of our projects. They had representatives at every one of our meetings. They spoke to projects and all the rest, and never was it brought up any issues with these 2 projects all of a sudden not meeting standards. Again, why wasn't that brought up so the committee could review that? And to actually say all of a sudden now pickleball construction doesn't meet the master plan, but last year they ruled that pickleball design does meet the master plan because every year they have to review all of the projects as a final stage before it comes to city council. To me, it's just a little bit crazy that it's happening so late in the game. We have 7 meetings during the process where this could have all been raised and dealt with and discussed, and now it's being dumped in your lap, city council, to have to deal with. I also agree with Gene. The way this agenda should have been presented was the NCIP list and staff's concerns about different projects, which then the council could take into account and choose to remove different projects. But submitting a quote unquote option 2 implies that is now staff's preferred option, not what the committee spent all its time working on. It's semantics, yes, but also why there's times recently in particular, there's been conflict between levels of staff and NCIP. And when I'm saying staff, I am not meaning conflicts with Reggie. He has been great to be dealing with for the committee and has been doing a great job. Thank you very much. I hope you approve 1. And if you choose to remove any projects, you just give a good reason why you want to remove them. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. So I have a suggestion to lead us off here, if council would be willing to consider this. Oh, I apologize. Please, staff, go ahead and.
Oh, I just wanted to give a reminder about the abstention project areas.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so.
Forgot about that part.
Yeah, so that needs to come before there's discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. And so would you like some help? I can help a little with this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
It's complicated.
I'd like to give some information.
Well, but I think we have to be careful with the projects if.
Right, but I before we get to that, please allow me a few general remarks based on statements.
She can kick you if there's a problem. So
she has already 1 foot always.
I didn't say kick you in the head.
So let's start with Rick Hoyer. The staff recommendation are not dropped on everyone tonight here. So Mr. Hoyer, I believe, was maybe still on the NCIP, or he was off the NCIP, so that maybe he doesn't recall. But we brought our staff recommendation, and also where we said we have concerns about it, forward on August 3rd. So it's not tonight, novo discussions. The NCIP has heard it and has decided still to go forward, with the exception of the new Monterey neighborhood plan. So that is kind of a last minute recommendation against it, but just wanted to correct the record there, because we brought it forward in August 3rd, NCIP, correct? June 3rd, our recommendations against it. So I don't see any nods, because maybe you don't want to nod, but that's how we did it. The other part that is interesting is I like the idea about the new Monterey neighborhood plan that Tom is proposing, because I think there's merit to it. So my suggestion would be to bring it back to the NCIP and put this part of the specific standards that we have to write for the whole city, and put the $200,000 towards a citywide design standards, as we have to write it and work specifically also on some of the elements that are neighborhood specific. So it would be an idea to bring this back to the NCIP, let them discuss it, and maybe they like the idea, or maybe they still would like to trim it back for some very specific new Monterey questions. But when you look at the sidewalk issue that Tom was describing, I'm very sure there are other neighborhoods where we probably have other similar strange rules that might be worthwhile to clean up across the board. And so I think Tom is onto something, maybe not what I was proposing, but I think there is something. Jean Rash was talking about follow procedure, which is being projects being forward to the council's decision, and she makes it sound like as if your job is to rubber stamp them. That's not the procedure. The city charter, the measure that was voted on, is that the NCIP brings forward to the council their suggested projects, and the council acts on their recommendations. So it's not an automatic process, as it sounded that council has no discretion over this process. The charter, the measure that the voters voted on Measure B, clearly says the committee will bring projects and recommend them to you, and you shall select from that recommendation of projects. That's what we are doing. The other part that I believe also deserves some sort of explanation was that we didn't put any new projects on the list, and I think Jean was misspeaking there unintentionally. It is correct that the project list is different, because when you take 6 or 8 projects off, the cutoff projects then automatically go up on the list. That is what happened. Staff did not add any projects into that. These are not brand new projects. These are projects that the NCIP has voted on, and that these are all projects that the NCIP is very familiar with. So again, when we recommend don't do those 5, 6, 8 projects, there is money freed up, and that will go towards the cutoff projects. That's what it is, and I think Jean just misspoke there. Okay, that's all for right now. Thank you.
Okay. Could I just make a quick statement before, because I think conceptually how we do this might have helped to have some consistency. So I propose, because I hear from many of the public commenters coming from a starting place of option 1. And so my thought is that, and I've messaged staff, and I'm hoping that, do we have a spreadsheet with this?
Okay, I understand. Maybe you would like to see every single project on the list right now. Is that what we?
What my assumption is that through the dialogue there might be some disagreements with staff, and so if that's the case, it might be helpful to have it clearly drafted so that it's clear to everybody, and we're being transparent in regards to what that looks like before the motion is made. So it might be nice to just kind of have that up there. Let me just try to explain what my thought is. That we start with option 1, and then we maybe go through the 7 projects that staff had proposed to not include, and we do a straw poll, if you will, on where council feels on each one, and then we can come up with the finalized version. And then my thought is that from there, we can do one of 2 things. We could have staff's projects that were not staff's projects, the NCIP projects that were moved up be considered, or we could just say everything that we decided not to be considered or approved tonight, we can have those and any new projects to fill the rest of the NCIP budget go back to the NCIP committee for consideration so that they can give us a new proposal based off of that. So does that generally seem agreeable to everybody? Okay, so let's go. Oh, okay, so let's go ahead and go through the process here. It's going to be a little bit wonky.
I will. And so for the,
I will let you
for the
go.
benefit of the public, the Fair Political Practices Commission has rules that disqualify public officials from participating in a decision when they have an interest in real property that's within 500 feet of a project location. And so in order to address that, they have this mechanism where the council member has to identify that conflict and then leave the council chambers. And the council must consider that abstention project first. Then we rotate through all the council members until all the abstention areas are voted on, and then you can vote on the rest of the list. So for starters, Vice Mayor Barber has a conflict
You spoke too soon.
on New Monterey 14.
She's going to go through them all.
Yeah, well, I'll just go through her first and then I'll go through yours. Okay. So Vice Mayor Barber, New Monterey 14, which is the Cypress Park Tennis Court resurfacing. And so Dr. Barber will leave the dais and the city council will consider that item and will vote on it. And then when that's done, she can come back in and then Councilmember Smith will be leaving.
It's going to present a challenge, but okay. So, yeah, you can go now.
Oh.
I love you, but
Oh, we have to do it this way. We have to.
what's wrong?
Mayor, Mayor.
Oh, come back, Dr. Barber.
Mayor, this doesn't work.
The law
Mayor,
requires
if
this process on the abstention project. So
So if the mayor wants to go through every single project, and that's what I understand, right? From option one. That means that when we get to the project, which is Cypress Park Tennis, then Dr. Barber has to leave.
no, it can't be done that way. You have to vote on the abstention projects first. And then the council can consider the remaining projects. That's, yeah,
Okay.
we're bound by their process. We can't modify it. Yeah.
Okay.
Should I stay or should I go? Yeah, I guess it should be 80s.
Cue team music.
They don't want to.
Yeah, we'll grab you up there.
On anything?
Yep. Yes, yes, please.
You can't discuss anything. You can't discuss the other projects.
All right.
As a group.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a little bit wonky here.
So can I ask a question?
Okay.
Okay, so it's to try and sort out who's leaving and who's not. So I think what you were saying is not to look at every project in option one, but only the projects that were among the list that create the differences between option one and option two. Or
Correct.
that was
Essentially, so my proposal is to essentially approve option one, but have the council consider the differences between option one and option two to,
So I think what you're saying is we're considering one, but we're asking staff to tell us more about those seven.
not necessarily, I'm not necessarily asking staff, but if there are questions from the council regarding some of those seven, then we can, the count. That's correct.
Yes, yes, and I think that's valuable so that the public hears more about why the staff has identified it. I know Reggie did a flyover, but I think it's so important that we should have each of those seven.
I have a proposal. I just want to check in with Chrissy about this. The seven projects that are not, that staff is recommending not to include in option two for regarding option two, are any of those regarded, like impacted by the council?
Who will we lose in the seven?
So we're looking at 7, 9, 18, 23, 34. Like, is there a way for us to consider?
No, so the rules are really strict on how this process works. And so you have to vote on the abstention areas first, which means every project where there's a conflict, you have to vote yay or nay first. And then at the end, when all the abstention conflict of interest areas have been voted on, then the council's free to discuss all the remaining projects in any fashion they wish.
It's okay. So this is kind of tough, but this is what I'm going to suggest. And it's kind of hard because I know that we still need to vote on Ed's conflicted areas. So he'll have to step out, but I would just propose that we consider all of we consider the seven, and decide how we want to remove those, because this project is later on the list and it had to be bumped up. I would just have us I don't know what the appropriate way is because I don't want to vote no, but I would just say have this be part of the list that goes back to the NCIP committee. So
You could make a motion to that regard that you're not approving it.
okay.
You're remanding it sort of to the committee for consideration.
This one's not currently on the list.
Yeah, this one basically moves up based off of option 2. So I don't know if it's worth us considering if we don't know where the council stands on regards to the other 7.
So a point of legal matter, I think we should resolve because it makes sense, but we still have the abstention piece hanging out there. And I think what the legal advice was to dispense with the abstention dilemma first, because we can't get through the list until we have removed.
I have a motion. My motion would be that we send this item back to the NCIP for consideration in the event that that the cutoff list changes and money may be available.
So point of order.
Well, I'll second that, but
we've removed a council member who should be back here for this vote.
No, she can't. She
So
has a
was
conflict of
was
interest.
14 among,
no, it's not 14, it's 40.
New Monterey 14, Cypress
14.
Park Tennis
Sorry.
Court resurfacing.
so she was only removed for 14.
It's ranked 41, but it's project NM 14.
Thank you.
Which is why we've recused her from this part of the discussion. So
And so the vote then would be, if you're in favor of the option 1 recommendation, it would be a motion to approve project 41 on the cutoff list.
That's not what my motion is.
That's not what I hear the motion.
That's not what the motion is. I'm just saying that could be an option if you wanted to not have it go back to the committee. If you wanted to stay in its slots.
So I seconded the motion. I agree with, I'm in alignment.
Because we don't know what is going to happen the rest of this meeting.
Does that work from a legal perspective in regards to what his motion is? Could you reiterate your motion just so?
Yeah, the motion would be that we are sending this back to the NCIP for further consideration and deliberation in the event that money may be available for funding.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion on the council?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the purpose would be because they have cutoff. They've already established a priority.
So if I may offer, what I kind of partially hear is that, right, like after the NCIP committee racks and stacks,
right,
then they have another meeting where they do the cutoff. So they have an opportunity to have further consideration there. So they haven't had an opportunity to consider. Now that we'll be potentially shifting around some of the funding by removing some of the projects. So it just gives them an opportunity to basically reassess and determine what works, what their recommendation is based off of all the work that they've done.
And it could be the same.
And it could be the same. Yeah, it could come back to us as is, but it at least allows their consideration to be provided to us.
It is the intention of the motion for NCIP to gather and consider the options 2 that the city staff recommended not be included. So would they be entering into conversations about the items that were listed for not being included in option 1?
That was part of what I was saying earlier, was that we could look at it from one of 2 perspectives. We could say the ones that we're removing are completely removed. Or we could say, hey, let's have this go back to the NCIP for further consideration based off of staff's feedback.
So Ed, that would be a different, that'll be when we get to those items, we'll have to decide. This is only limited to this item.
Yeah.
So you're trying to do a motion to just allow us to move forward.
Correct.
And then a later motion would be, we're going to deal with the 7.
Yes.
And we did hear the chair of NCIP say that they would be willing to talk more about those.
Yeah.
So the mechanism, I think, of our action needs to allow them to be able to do that. So they're not constrained on just the ordering of what it is. I think they have to also consider, they may agree after they hear more information from staff that there is merit to remove some of those.
Well, we may remove some of those.
Yes, we may.
So that's what I'm like. I think we can come. Your point is well taken, and I think that's misplaced in regards to the motion on the table. But let's bookmark that and come back to that when we get to that part.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify one point? So I'm still trying to bridge that gap between what is the concern of us voting on voting for any of these projects and what that will do to the order.
So this one is below the cutoff,
right,
on the NCIP's proposed option 1.
Mm-hmm.
So this project only becomes above the cutoff if we remove some of the 7, some or all of the 7. And so naturally this would be next in line in the queue, but I think at this point, the motion is to just allow that to go back to NCIP for them to consider.
I mean, wouldn't there be benefit to voting on the 7 and just
We
let it
can't do
play
that
out?
though.
Can't do that.
That's right.
We got to
Okay.
do this
Yeah,
first.
that's why
Okay.
it's a little bit wonky the way we're
It is.
doing this. All right. Are
Okay,
we-
so and I'm still confused as to why Dr. Barber can't be in here for this vote.
Because we have to do the,
She has a conflict with
we
which
have to,
item?
we have to solve the conflicts first before we talk about anything else.
I'm sorry, just for point of clarification on this project, I was just told by Andrea that there's enough funding in the project now.
I'm sorry, there's enough funding in NCIP. So this is a $15,000 project. Council could choose to approve this project and still discuss the other project.
But it wasn't approved as part of NCIP's proposed cutoff.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's still a valid project.
Okay. Any other discussion on the council?
And again, so just the public knows the number. Nat, you mentioned the number?
Yes, this is project NM-14.
And what is the number on the list, the narrative or the numeric?
41, rank 41.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so the public can follow along. We're talking about item number 41 on the project list in the numerical order, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We ready to go? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Are we good to bring Dr. Barber back in?
Yes.
And then we'll,
And then next, Councilmember Smith has a conflict of interest on Monterey Vista 01, which is ADA compliant curb ramp construction at Munros and Via Arbales. And then potentially the other two, I'm not sure if you decided with the 1,000-foot. Were you abstaining?
Soledad?
One is Munros and Soledad, and one is San Burnaby Road widening.
Yes, I'll do an abstention on all.
On all of those? Okay.
All of those.
All right.
Way they
So
have to
there's
work
3
hard.
projects.
They can work hard.
sorry, could you, I'm like a squirrel. Could you reiterate those projects, please?
Yes. So it's Monterey Vista 01, which is the ADA compliant curb ramp construction at Munros Avenue and Via Arbales. And then
What's the rank number?
Number 4.
Number 4. Okay.
the next project is Monterey Vista 06, which is San Burnaby Drive Road widening.
Number 22.
Number 22.
And the third one is Monterey Vista 07, Munros and Soledad entrance signage.
Number 30.
Number 30. So those are all within the cutoff. So I'll make for it. I'll make a motion to approve all 3 projects.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously.
Now,
We're gonna get right through. We got this. I think we got a rhythm here. So now we're good. What in Fort rank 41 was the one for Kim?
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't even that long.
He was expecting it.
He was
to take
expecting it
longer.
to be longer.
That's why I said all for at one time. Yeah, I know what he's doing now.
I think,
What?
did somebody else need to know? That was all.
No, that was it.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
Yeah.
So that,
Oh.
and Mayor, where do you want to go now? To the 7 cutoff project?
Yep.
Okay. So.
Yep.
I suggest we have Andrea elaborate more about those.
Let's do them one at a time.
Yep, 100%. Until we get Ed back. We want everybody here. We're an inclusive city. Did you guys call him?
I sent him a text.
I see him. Oh, okay.
He's like, can I go to the bathroom?
Had to keep walking so I didn't get cold.
Can we give it up for Ed for joining us again?
Welcome back, Ed.
Welcome back, Ed.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay, and what I would ask maybe is, in order to maybe save some time, if there's agreement with staff, then maybe we don't need a full explanation. So maybe we just kind of, let's just kind of get a general sense of council, and if council needs additional explanation, we can get it.
Yeah.
So the first project is the new Monterey neighborhood plan update. So who wants to start us off?
Well, I thought that the suggestion to kind of maybe rescope that made a lot of sense. I do understand staff's original concerns, but I also think that there is space for other important kind of planning decisions to be looked at. So I'm inclined to say, let's send that back to NCIP to kind of rescope.
100%. Who, anybody, is there a motion there? Maybe we.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to send that back to NCIP to work with staff to see if there's a way to rescope it in a way that would be consistent with kind of the direction the state's taking, but yet look at other neighborhood planning concerns.
I'll second that.
Motion and seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Mayor,
Passes unanimously.
I wanted to add one more item because I've heard some public concerns that all the money that is being allocated to the various projects that the council is voting on right now is being returned to the NCIP, because I've heard that there were some voices in the community that said staff is trying to put the money into the general fund, and that's not the case. So I just wanted to state this for the record because I've heard those concerns expressed, and I just wanted to clarify it again. The monies go back to the NCIP for their reconsideration, and then it comes back to the council.
Thank you for that clarification, Hans. And I just reaffirm your statement by, I said it can't happen, but it can, but it'd have to happen through a vote of the council, a supermajority vote of the council. So, and that's not being proposed by staff. All right. Project rank number 9, Deer Flats, install electrical connect for decorative lighting in neighborhood entrance planter. What the thought process, just to maybe help spread the load here a little bit, is maybe that the council member that represents the district can speak first. So
Yes.
do you have a thought on this?
I need a reminder for what staff's dilemma with this was.
It's the HOA is responsible for maintaining common asset in Deer Flats.
Okay, so the proposer of this was asking for a power source at the underground pole box and the light fixtures. Do we know what the purpose of that was? Was that for operating some public safety equipment?
So currently the way it is that it's just on. So they had an issue with one of the lights was broken I don't exactly know how, but the light was broken. They needed to repair it. They couldn't repair it on their own. So they had to get a city electrician to come out to disconnect the electrical wiring so that they could then replace the light. So the idea is that this more or less a switch, say in a box within the planter, would allow them to turn it on and off, and then they could make their own repairs as needed.
And is that box in the HOA's jurisdiction or in city property?
I guess to be determined, but it could be it most likely would be in the planter where the lights are.
And we're talking about the entry lights for Deer Flats?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I don't recommend moving ahead with this because I think that clearly is the responsibility of HOA. And I think they have other opportunities for that. Matter of fact, I know some construction folks that live in the neighborhood. I'll talk to them. We'll get it fixed.
Okay, I'm I want us to have discussion, but I'm trying to find ways of moving us forward as quickly as possible here. So not rushing, but also trying to be timely. So what I'm going to ask is whenever you speak to, if you have a motion that you want to give, go ahead and present that.
Yeah, I make a motion that we remove item number 9.
I'll second that.
All right. And then there's additional thought that I just wanted to draw a distinction towards. Alan's motion regarding the new Monterey plan was to send that back to NCIP, but your motion is to just completely nix it all together for no more consideration at this point.
Your item what?
For the lights.
Yes, my motion is to not move forward with the project.
Okay. All right.
Because
So
it's private property.
I just want to make sure that we're drawing the distinction between the list that we're getting so that it's clear about which projects are going back to NCIP for consideration and which ones we're completely moving forward with non-consideration. So any other discussion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Sorry, it's getting late. Nix is what I'm going to put here. Okay. Item number 18 is Ryan Ranch Park Pickleball Court construction. Is that District 2 or 4?
Probably Ed.
Who's Ryan Ranch?
It's
Which
2.
district is Ryan
2.
Ranch? 2?
2.
All right, that's you.
Okay. So I'm looking at the numerical list, but it's not on there. And so I have to turn to another list to find it.
Page 96.
18. And I would make the motion to remove it. No, I'm sorry, to send it back to the NCIP because I think it merits the NCIP to be considerate of what our other options are, as we heard tonight. Pickleball is available at MPC. We don't know about future expansion of doing more at the tennis center. So I think that NCIP needs to weigh in on this. I don't want to completely kill it, but I think the NCIP needs to weigh in on this and on their own consider postponing it. Now, that might be controversial among the folks because there was a huge crowd coming and asking for this, but that was probably 2 years ago and conditions have changed a bit. But I think NCIP should weigh in on this before we completely eliminate it. And that's my motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
I will second that.
And did the staff want to make a statement?
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, I could feel it.
So the city is focusing on existing facilities and expansion of pickleball facilities at the Monterey Tennis Center, and I think that's the path forward. And I wanted to recommend maybe, but no, the motion is made to ask to suggest that we are allocating that funding towards the Monterey Tennis Center to build 6 additional pickleball courts there and satisfy the demand that the NCIP had when there were a bunch of folks speaking about this. So of course, we can give it also back to the NCIP and have them bring the project back. But that's the future that I foresee is actually, in a way, the most environmental solution. You don't break land apart to build pickleball. We have a facility that is underutilized with respect to tennis, and it is in the heart of the city of Monterey. It will benefit mainly our residents and not a regional park. So I don't know if you can work this into the motion or not, but I think that money needs to go towards the tennis center.
Could I make an alternate motion or friendly amendment, which would be to deny the project, so nix the project, but send this the funding allocation for this project back to NCIP for consideration of use in the way that staff has proposed?
So that's where I have the conflict because I think that it's up to the NCIP to do that. and to weigh in on those discussions among themselves. Because I don't know who that person was that filled out and requested that originally 2.5, 3 years ago. So to honor the process, I think the NCIP is watching this tonight. Certainly the city manager would be able to provide his statement that he just made. I think is very accurate. I think those are the reasons why we should not proceed with pickleball in Ryan Ranch. But I think the NCIP should be able to do this on their own and take this back as, you know, do it again as they see fit. That needs to be in alignment.
Well, and then if I may add, then ultimately their recommendation will come back. Maybe that recommendation will have changed, maybe it won't, but then the council at that time can decide. No, we don't want to fund it. We would rather reallocate that money to updating the racket center.
I just think the point that I'm making in my friendly amendment is, even if the NCIP came back and said, no, we want to move forward with Ryan Ranch, I don't think I can support that today. And I think that's the vibe that I'm getting from the council as well. So I think it's good to send a clear message that we don't want to move forward with that, but consider, maybe not specifically what staff's recommending, but consider an alternative option that includes staff's recommendation, and feel free to give us back your recommendation in regards to what pickleball looks like moving forward. I think it's good for us to send a clear message in regards to what that looks like. I think it's pretty clear that there's an understanding that that's not a viable option at this point. Let me just check in with let me just check in with Dr. Barber and Councilmember Garcia real quick, just to make sure that they don't have any additional commentary on this item.
So no, I think for me, I don't see a need to break ground and use, I don't know the amount of money that was there.
200,000.
I was thinking 200. Okay, 200,000 for that. When you have MPC there, and then you have other alternatives, and maybe at the tennis court, I don't see using this money for Ryan Ranch as being a very impactful and beneficial use of money. So I think that needs to go back to NCIP so that they can be able to figure out like what other kind of alternatives they can do with it. But I don't think Ryan Ranch is the answer.
Okay.
I think it's important to respect the process, but this is part of the process, right? And what I'm thinking is that we're sensing maybe less appetite to move forward with Ryan Ranch, and I think that's useful information as NCIP reviews this information again and reviews this project again and really rethinks what the best path forward is to provide pickleball opportunities for our residents. So yeah, that's kind of where my head is at the moment.
Okay, Andrea.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that installing pickleball courts at Monterey Tennis Center is an approved project, and it is number 35, and it's recommended funding at $55,000. So it's already in the list under option 1.
Yeah, so my closing comments on this, as I made the motion, is that I don't want to kill it tonight, because I think that this is worthy enough and significant enough for the NCIP to gather and discuss this, because there are others that aren't here that were passionate about Ryan Ranch. And there's others that are here tonight that are hearing our comments that can deliver that message. And we have new members on NCIP as well. So I don't want to steal the process from them. I want to allow them to be able to take this item back and connect that with the other item that's on here for the tennis center pickleball, and with new information from council members' comments. And if it comes back and they still have the same recommendation, this council will then have the conversation about that and make a vote on that at that time. If the NCIP comes back with something that's more contemporary recommendation, that's not including the same thing it is tonight, then we'll also have that to consider and say yes or no to. So we delay this a bit. It comes back to us after we hear from them.
So quick question, and to clarify for your motion, making sure. So are you saying taking number 18, which is the Rhine Ranch, and number 35, which is the Monterey Tennis Center, and sending both back and having NCIP to, what do you say?
Only 18,
Just 18.
just 18.
Just sending 18 back?
Yes.
Okay, so if we send 18 back for reconsideration of pickleball, and we're still, if we send up 35, which is doing pickleball 2 for Monterey Tennis Center, to me, that's redundant.
Well, before anybody leaves tonight, we'll know what we do on 35.
Okay,
And then they'll be able to have that information when they contemplate action, when they get together with their NCIP.
yeah, because my
Voting members.
concern is, to have both, it's kind of redundant. So that's kind of where my head is on
Yeah,
that.
and I agree, and I'm willing to vote later tonight on 35, but not on 18. Yeah, not on 18 as a take.
Councilman Garcia?
My concern would be, and this is going back to the point I was making earlier about the frustration, right? Where we know that our NCIP reps are spending a lot of time really thinking about these projects. We're sending this project back, knowing that there's less appetite to move forward with something at Ryan Ranch. Why not just go with the other project that's already on the list, right, and move forward that way? And then if someone at some point in the future decides or sees it necessary to submit a project that's different than what's currently on the list, well, that opportunity is always there.
So I can't support the motion just because I think my colleagues kind of articulated it. I think it's redundant. I think it's pretty clear at this point that we don't need to move forward. I think if there's that much of a desire to continue moving forward with Ryan Ranch, I think somebody could submit another project next year. But I think sending a message now leaves the door open of any possibility. And in as much as I respect the NCIP committee and what they come up with, a lot of what led to where we are now happened after the NCIP considered the project proposal. And I just don't want to waste any more time on the discussion around Ryan Ranch. I think it's appropriate to kill it and send that strong message now so we can move forward with the business and all the other things that are going on. So that's kind of where I stand. Any other comments from the council?
Yeah, I would just say that the NCIP chair asked for the projects to come back to NCIP. So I want to honor that request.
You did nix the item number 9 though, just for
I
the
did
record.
because that was a conflict with private property.
I'm just saying,
property.
but okay.
Different reason.
Okay. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. All right, passes 3-2.
No, it
Passes 3-2.
3-2.
So yeah,
Yeah,
passes 3-2 and goes back to them.
Goes back
I'm
to
sorry, I
NCIP.
missed the third vote.
Yeah, it goes back to them.
Who was the third vote?
Gino.
Thank you, Gino. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I think I misunderstood the motion.
I apologize. Let's rewind. Reverse. All right. Do we need, let's repeat the motion.
The motion is for 18 to go back to NCIP
I apologize. I was rushing through that.
with new information based on item 35 is on this list as well for pickleball. And under consideration of council comments that they heard, take the item back to NCIP and discuss its merits and make the recommendation.
No, thank you. Yeah, and I think my arguments speak for what I was trying to vote on. So
Okay.
I go for no.
Okay. So let's redo the vote.
So we want a second motion, or that was just, I
Nope, you have
recapped
your motion and it was seconded by Alan.
Okay.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. All right, so motion fails. I'll make a motion to nix the project. And is there a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? Yes.
Yeah.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
All right, so it's nixed. All right, moving on to item rank number 23. Phase number 2 Casa Verde Underpass murals. That is Gino. Welcome.
Sorry,
Mr. Starter offer you
It's the murals.
the Caltrans issue.
Yeah. I know that there's there's been interest in doing this for a while. And not only in that underpass, but also other areas. But I do understand the challenges that might come with working with Caltrans to make that happen. So I'm wondering if this could get maybe get sent back to NCIP for rethinking of what we could do, maybe in the same area, but off Caltrans property.
Okay. Any other council comments?
Yeah, I just say that I
Sorry,
think.
sorry, real quick.
I'm sorry. Acknowledge somebody else.
And if you wanted to make a motion, I for that, but if you wanted to wait for discussion too.
Yeah. I'll wait.
Okay.
I don't remember when this actually came to us, but I want to say it's been 3 years. We've heard, and I think the initial, when we got the project, there was a lot of questions about right of way and Caltrans and permits. And so I think that's why we didn't act on it in previous years. And it went back for further study and analysis. And I think that's where we're at with the city council or with the city staff, outlining several dilemmas on state property. And I have a concern over continuing maintenance of property that's, it's on state property. So I think beautification is a good idea, but I don't think it's a good idea on the state property. And if that's kind of what you're leaning towards in a motion.
Is there any, Dr. Barber?
So I agree with staff's analysis, the fact that this is Caltrans property, and given how difficult it is to work with Caltrans and the uncertainty of how long the mural would be allowed to stay there, and addressing vandalism and graffiti and all of that, I support the staff's suggestion, but I do appreciate Gino's thinking here of, beautification of that neighborhood with a mural on city-owned property. Like if there's some city property there where this could go, that would be a different thing. So yeah, I don't know. I'm inclined to just say no to it, but if Gino thinks it's worth asking the committee to consider other locations, I would be okay with supporting that.
So I would just throw out, I take a different position than probably everybody else in the council. I'm in support of it. I understand the challenges associated with it. I support the idea of just sending this back to the NCIP for further deliberation amongst the body. I'm a big proponent of public art, and I think we need to dig deeper there. And in fact, this is a little bit of a message to the NCIP committee. My hope is that, and what I look forward to seeing in the next round of NCIP project proposals is more public art. The value that provides to the community is priceless. So I support this project. I also understand the challenges associated with it. I can't imagine that Caltrans would tell us to remove it after it's already there. I don't see the problem with that. I understand they could tell us, but I don't see that being a possibility. And
well, if the bridge needed some kind of like structural updates, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
possible.
And they're routinely doing seismic upgrades and, resurfacing and.
So.
Yes.
I'm going to try to finish my comments. So I just personally support it, but I also I think I agree with kind of where Councilmember Garcia was trying to go in regards to just sending this back to NCIP for further consideration. Just kind of my feelings on it. I think Dr. Barber had some.
Well, I guess my question is, so or is somebody gonna did you want to go ahead and do your motion to be able to send it back to NCIP?
Yeah, that would be my
Or
motion
is that what you're
yeah.
looking more
Yeah,
for?
move
Okay, I
to
was just
send it back
curious.
to NCIP.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, before we take a vote on that, can I get some clarity on the motion?
Just send it back to NCIP.
Just send it back to NCIP, or you're not saying send it back to NCIP and hopefully they can find a different location that's not state property?
Well, I mean, I think either way, so I think kind of going back to your point, right? Sending it back to NCIP so that they can amongst themselves think about whether they want to pursue the current location and understanding the challenges with Caltrans, or if they want to look at other areas. So just sending it back to NCIP.
So I want to be clear on the motion. So you're talking about if you're just sending it back with no particular direction, just sending it back for them to discuss.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. So that's 23. And then 34, rank number 34 is new decomposed granite at steps sidewalk from Harrison Street to Veterans Drive. There's a current NCR project for this project, redundant project. I'm just gonna go ahead and, Dr. Barber, this is your district, but I'm just gonna go ahead. It seems pretty straightforward. Oh, 34? Oh, no, it's rank number 34.
Oh,
It's redundant.
yeah. I mean. Sorry. Yeah, it's redundant. So I think it's very clear where we, at least where we want to go with that because it is redundant.
Is there a motion there?
Motion to go with staff recommendation.
All right, I'll second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving to rank number 37, which is comprehensive fire safety analysis to develop multi-year hazard reduction program. This is multi-neighborhood, so I'll just go ahead and take this one. This one seems to be a redundant project as well, so I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve nixing it.
Second.
Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, this one would be an interesting one to send back to NCIP because I think that they have clearly identified that fire safety in our community is number one. And so would they take this to something else that would also be a companion to executing the master planning that the fire department did in their appraisal or their assessment? So here's where I wish we had this dialogue where we could say, okay, tell us where your thinking is.
Yeah.
We actually get to resolve it here. But one option would be to send this back to the NCIP. And we've identified that this is redundant, but in keeping with fire safety, rather than this coming off, is there something else that this could go into that would be appropriate that fits in your identified fire safety citywide?
Okay, I can withdraw my motion and make a new motion that sends us back to NCIP. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're getting to the last one here, which is rank number 39. It's also multi-neighborhood bike repair stations. Man, I like bike repair stations. I think they're a wonderful idea. I personally like them. I would make a recommendation that we send this back to NCIP committee for consideration of staff's feedback. Okay, it's been motion and seconded. Go ahead, Dr. Barber.
So question. Sending it back to them with the consideration of all of the upkeep and different other pieces that are in consideration. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, all of staff's feedback.
Okay, okay, thank you.
And did we hear an identified location? I think you asked the question, but we don't know where it's going to be.
Right.
Okay.
And that maybe is part of the motion.
The idea was up and down the rec trail, I believe, right?
Is maybe if
What, 2
there's
stations?
I think it's a 3. 2.
Okay.
2 locations on the rec trail.
Okay, what Reggie says goes.
Right.
Reggie for president.
You're looking for a motion?
I already made it.
Oh, what was the motion?
To send it back to NCIP.
And you already got a second.
I already got a second. Any other discussion?
I did want to say something.
So, also as somebody who bikes a lot, I do see value in this. But I do think staff makes a good point, which is, who's going to maintain it? How are we going to maintain it? So I don't know if there are ways to address that in terms of the siting of it so that it's somewhere where city staff work anyway. I'm not sure, but I agree with sending it back to them, but I do think they need to understand this is a legitimate concern that staff have brought forward.
I would just make an argument that there's a larger conversation to be said about NCIP projects in general in regards to the maintenance of them. So I think that there's a deeper conversation that we need to have between staff and the NCIP committee in regards to what that conversation looks like moving forward. And it might be helpful to have a conversation, maybe staff can have conversations with other cities that have installed these and what that experience has been like.
I wonder too if there might not be a bike club that would be willing to kind of volunteer to maintain it once we get it started. I don't know.
Volunteerism. I have a lot to talk about there, but we'll save that for another meeting. Nope, that's a good feedback, Alan. Thank you for it. Any other discussion? All right, so the motion is to send this back to NCIP. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So just to reiterate, nope, that's all of them. So 7, well, that's for the ones that staff, so the new Monterey neighborhood plan update, rank number 7, rank number 23, which is the Casa Verde underpass, 37, which is the fire safety analysis, and 39, which is the bike repair stations. Those are all going back to NCIP. And the ones that are nixed are the Deer Flats light, the electrical disconnect, 18, which is the Ryan Ranch pickleball, and 34, which is the decomposed granite step sidewalk from Harrison Street to Veterans Drive. So if we remove those last 3, where does that leave us in regards to available funding for those other projects to move up? Which is
from staff saying we could use the Monterey 5 to help
perfect.
calculate that.
Let's do that. Let's take a Monterey 5. Let's stretch our legs. Thanks, everybody. share your screen so that way everybody can see what we're looking at here. Essentially, based off of the things that the three projects that we nixed, there's only funding available for one additional project to move up on that was on the cutoff, below the cutoff list, which is the build up my radar sign. So what I'm gonna recommend to the council is that we have that go back to the NCIP for consideration along with the other projects that we've already voted on for consideration by the NCIP committee. That's my motion, in addition to approving all the other projects.
I'll second that.
Prior to that, can you give some clarification?
Yeah.
Of option one and option two, the difference
So option
and what we're doing now?
two would essentially was staff's recommendation to nix
All
seven of the
seven.
projects that we already talked about considering. And we've just went through the process of deciding whether we wanted to completely nix it or send it back to NCIP. So four of those, we had to go back to NCIP, 3 of them we nixed. And then what that would have done was moved up all the projects that were below the cutoff to then be part of the approved projects. But because we only removed 3, there's only funding enough available to move up one of the projects below the cutoff. And so I'm gonna have that go back. My recommendation is to have that go back. My motion is to have that go back to the NCIP committee for consideration.
So can you kind of address how that's different from option one? I know option one has the 7 that weren't on there, but how does that impact the ratings?
Sorry, there's one additional, oh no, that was not different. Because by removing those 7, sorry, thank you. By removing those 7 in the option, in staff's recommended option 2, that would have given enough funding to allow projects below the cutoff to move up. And so we're not going to be considering all. So that's the difference. Is literally it's just those 7 projects, and by removing those, it allows other projects that didn't make the cutoff to move up above the cutoff.
So just it might be helpful for people to follow on the list. What you're saying is the monetary changes allows tonight that it takes the cutoff to include 44. Is that correct? Which is the improved traffic calming? 36? Okay, so my cutoff
Number
was
36.
Number 36.
Yep, number 36.
Okay, I'm looking at the
Ranked number 36.
Ranked number 36. And you're saying that's the $80,000 for ranked number 36.
Yeah, and the next project is 250,000. So there wasn't enough projects removed to allow us to get to that next project.
Okay.
Tonight
or in the immediate future, but that will change. So as an example, number 37, if it came back, it would still be in a below the cutoff.
Actually, you raise a good point. Let me change it because the NCIP committee might decide that some more of these ones that we're pushing back to them, they want to nix. So I would just say, send the list back of everything below the cutoff, including the Ville Damani radar speed sign one, because that's now above the cutoff. So basically we're approving option 1, except rank number 7, 9, 18, 23, 34, 37, and 39. And excluding 41, 4, 22, and 30, because we've already voted on those when you both stepped out of the room. And the backup projects, the cutoff projects.
So that's option 1 with those.
Yep.
Okay, so a question of staff.
Sorry, real quick. We have I just updated my motion. Who's my seconder? Is that good? Okay.
Okay, so we had, you reported out by moving the monetary movement, we're at cutoff item number 36, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Only number 36 would have been able to be funded with removing 9, 18, and 34.
Okay, and so that meant on the balance sheet, there was no money left or a little bit of money.
Not enough to get to the next project.
Not enough to get to the next project.
Correct.
but enough that they might be able to go to a very much further project. But that wouldn't be permitted in their process, would it?
Because you're not getting.
Because they've already voted, they've already ranked. So it's a matter of, we're at 36 now, but let's say there's $40,000 remaining. So that means that will just have to sit there as an unused balance.
Yes.
Correct.
So I'm trying to send the signal to the NCIP that the motion is not saying we want you to go back and do a whole bunch more work. It's a little bit of work. And the little bit of work is the limited numbers of the items that we have said we want to send back. We're not asking them to go beyond 36 and rescope the rest of those items. That's not what the motion is. Is that correct?
It is to send it back. It's to send it all back.
To send everything that we identified plus anything below 36.
36 and below.
36 and below.
So you go with option one with the minus those.
Okay. And so your motion would ask them to go back and look at the remaining items. And then how would they do that with the manual and the rules of what the
I think we allow
NCIP has
staff
already
to
done?
work with them on figuring that out. I think we got to move on tonight. I'm going to call the question so that we can move on because we have two other items we have to get through tonight. So I'm going to ask for a vote on the call to question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. So now the vote is on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Well, that's what we just voted on.
No, we voted to call the question.
Oh,
Any opposed on the motion?
Okay.
All right,
No.
so motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. I can't believe it's here. We did it. I think we did it. So now we're going to go to the consent agenda. Does anybody on the council wish to, oh, wait.
No, not.
Oh, there's been a request to pull items 12 and 13. I was going to say, does anybody want to pull anything else? That's the only two items. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know the emoji that's like, oh, okay, that was me. All right, let's take it out to the public for, no, sorry.
Well,
Chrissy, because both items are being pulled, do I have to go to the public?
Yeah, staff report.
Yeah, it's being pulled for public hearing. They're both being pulled?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I don't have to go to public comment for,
the item.
on the consent, because.
No.
Okay.
They'll open up automatically.
Perfect. Okay, so going to number 12, authorize the finance director to appropriate $210,000 from the NCIP ending balance account to the Ellisdale Park Center Playground Equipment Upgrade Project. Pass it to Hans for a staff presentation.
Yeah, who was doing it? Reggie. It will be Reginald Paulding.
Shocker.
Yes. Good evening again. Reginald Paulding, senior engineer. I don't think I introduced myself last time. So we have here tonight, we do have a presentation. Nat can pull it up. There we go. So this presentation, I think it's pretty straightforward. We're asking council to approve this funding request. And it gives us the opportunity to focus on existing parks facility. It's a true need here. It's the Ellisdale Park Playground Center, or Playground Equipment, sorry. It was voted on and ranked number 45 with 60 votes last year, 1 year ago in 2023. The playground equipment is the oldest in the city at 31 years. And it sits on top of what was a pool. If any of you guys remember, there was a pool in the back of the Ellisdale Park Center now. That pool was built in the 60s and it existed until 1993 when it was filled in. The reason why this matters, the reason why this request is for $210,000 because there's a cap sitting on that pool. The cap also needs to be replaced. So this project would replace the cap and the existing equipment. So it's not just for the equipment. So here's a picture of the pool being filled in. And here is a picture of the current equipment with that cap that needs to be replaced. And if you can see on this lower right corner.
Could we try to use the mouse to try to?
Yeah, so on that lower right corner, you could see where there's some concrete was filled in for the stairs and the railing to get down into the pool. Okay, so next slide. So the recommendation is, to prioritize this project. This equipment is used on a daily basis for the preschool program that's at Elistero Park, and it is a need. And this is also a project that the Parks Department can implement quickly. They have contracts in place that they can utilize to make these updates and repairs.
Right. Thank you, Reggie. Questions? Anybody on this side? Anybody on this side? Okay, let's open up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Please identify yourself by standing to the left of the podium or raising your hand. Seeing two. Anybody else in the chamber?
Oh, one.
Yeah, you're fine. I'll check online for folks who use a raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one online. So we have 3 public commenters and we'll start in the chamber.
Jean Rash. Again, I'm going to stress process and procedure. This request should be submitted to NCIP the next round, and staff should come and advocate for it and tell us how important it is and have it be funded next year. Again, it's out of scope. It's all of a sudden, here's a new idea, if I understand it correctly. And now we want you folks, the 5 of you, to consider it before it's even the idea of reprioritizing goes before NCIP. So I just can't verbalize enough how frustrating it is to keep coming back this way. We've got to straighten this out. And Mr. Usler, maybe I wasn't accurate. The extra project was in 2022, and it was after the cutoff dates for projects. It was not on a calendar by NCIP, and it was about putting in retaining walls around Dry Creek. And it got noticed, it got printed. NCIP went ballistic to the degree that it got called before any of the public attended or us. So this really has to stop. I would love you to resubmit it. It's an important project. We can reconsider it. It'll get passed next year.
Tom, you're not going? Okay, we'll go to our public commenter online.
It's a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty, and your system is glitchy tonight. I raised my hand for public comment on the NCIP items, and apparently my hand was raised and then something lowered it. So just to let you know, I would be there if I could, but the hearing room is inaccessible to me. I wanted to echo what Jean Rash said about procedure and protocol. The NCIP process should be first. It should be followed. It sounds like, from what I'm gathering, that staff is jumping the queue. And this process was voted on, it was established by the public. And however worthy a project is, this is not an emergency project. It's something that's probably been known for quite a while. The NCIP committee process has to be respected if money is coming from NCIP. And I strongly urge you to respect the public and to respect the committee, and for the staff to go through the correct protocol to ask for funds for a project that they wish to go forward with. Thank you.
And with that, I'll bring it back to the council. Actually, first, I'll pass it to staff. Hans, I'm not sure if you have any feedback based off of the comments.
Yes.
Thank you. So as we mentioned in the agenda report, this was a cutoff project. It's not a new project that we're bringing forward. It was a project that was submitted last year. It was ranked number 46. And about a year ago, we did the same thing. We brought Via Paraiso. It was a cutoff project. It was redoing the Via Paraiso course as pickleball. We brought this project forward as the next one on the list as a cutoff project, and council approved funding for it, and it was constructed. So this is just an opportunity. As we have better estimates, we're able to see how much the projects are costing. And sometimes there is the opportunity to fund the cutoff projects. So this is a request not for a new project, but to fund a cutoff project that had been submitted.
I have a quick question. The projects that are above the cutoff, that were the actually legit approved projects, are any of those impacted by us approving this project?
No, the funding on those projects are not impacted.
Okay. Why is that?
There's a large ending balance.
So as I said in the prior presentation, we've completed 16 projects this year, which netted back into the fund roughly $1 million. So we have funding, we netted $1 million from the 16 completed projects, because when they were completed short of the authorized amount, the funds go back into the ending balance account. So right now, today, the ending balance account is at $1.6 million.
So because the 16 projects that were completed this year didn't equate to the amount that was allocated for them, we have this additional funding available that allows us to go to the cutoff.
Correct.
Okay. Council, motion deliberation. Please, Dr. Barber.
So I guess two questions. Gino, this is in your area, right?
This is downtown. It's District 2.
Two, so that's you. What are your thoughts on it? I'm curious in what you've heard from other neighbors or people who are around. And then secondly, to the staff, does it deal with any type of safety issues or any type of safety issues surrounding this?
To clarify your question, because I think I have a question that's maybe similar to what you're saying. By not doing the project, are there safety issues with regards to the current equipment that's there?
Correct.
Okay. Do you want staff to go first or?
Yeah, staff first.
Thank you for your question, Councilwoman. There's no exact safety problem at the moment, but you could just see that if you saw in the picture where there was like little gray circles in the red square, those are areas that have been worn and repatched. The play equipment is 31 years old, so it's well past its end of life. So we just want to avoid any serious maintenance problems that are impending at this point.
And I just want to add, this is a real fast track project. So it's a low hanging fruit, as we like to call it. There is an existing CMAS contract. Is it CMAS? Or piggyback? We can piggyback on a different contract, and we can knock that out, and you can make thousands of kids happy.
Okay, so by piggybacking on that, does that end up trimming the budget of the 210,000?
It's most likely just fast tracking it, enabling us to get it completed faster.
Okay, so I'm hearing faster, but I'm not hearing cheaper. So is it?
Well, if it's piggyback, that's one of the most competitive pricing you can get.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Did you want me to go through the history of when I swam in that pool?
No.
Yes, please. I want all the details.
Yeah, photos. That's a time for dinner break. So yeah, I think it's an opportunity to fix something that is invariably, the equipment is 31 years old. So yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't sound like this project is bumping the line from anything. It sounds like we followed the process, the projects ran their due course, and this one's on the list and it's at the cutoff, and it's the choice is there, it's affordable within the budget. So I guess it's a question of process. That's last year's list. And are there other items that are still on that list that we can identify and let NCIP know that report? So do we feed back to NCIP so they get a report out of what we did in the year, how far we went down on the list, and what the remaining balance is?
So, council member, during those meetings we talked about, the March, April, May meetings, I generally do give a status update on the projects.
Okay.
There's no formal report back to NCIP currently. I mean, that is something that we could do. What I have started doing is on a monthly basis, the first Friday of the month, I'm updating the current projects list.
Mm-hmm.
I'm updating that, and I'm working on producing some better reports where people could get that type of information that you're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't currently exist, not easily anyway. I think that's answer to one of your questions. I think the answer to the other question that I've seen and comments that I've seen, we have not completed all of the projects that were on the list. I think that's one of the open questions that's out there. I would say that is an unrealistic expectation that we could complete all the projects that are approved in any one year during that year. I don't know if that's ever been done. I think we're working extremely diligently to finish projects. Like I said, we've finished 16 so far this year. I mean, in the next 6 weeks, we could probably finish 2 to 3 more, including the police ALPR camera project is ongoing. We have, Casanova Avenue, radar speed sign. We are actively working, and we're trying to do our best to save the money. Like I said, we had $1 million back. I mean, I think I understand there's a lot of frustration in the program, but I mean, we're doing our best, and nobody's trying to, we're not doing anything untoward on this program.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I don't think that. And I think it's important to understand, and I know those that are involved in the NCIP and the neighborhood associations understand 1 through 48 does not mean that you don't go to 3 before you finish 2, or you don't go to 9 until you finish 8. There are lots of projects, scoped, bidding, materials waiting, and so those are not necessarily in a numeric order. I get that. And I think that what will be helpful as we get a system where you are able to report more to the NCIP, because I think that's what the call for is. They want more status. They want to know the timeliness of it, and your reports that you give them on Friday, I'm sure, are very appreciated. And I appreciate you doing that. That's very helpful. If you're ready for a motion, please. I think we've had testimony. I'm going to make a motion that we approve staff recommendation to move ahead with this for the reasons I've already stated.
Your second?
Second.
So motion is seconded. Any other comments on this side?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. I want to go back to the point about process, because I think it's important to really emphasize the fact that this project came from a community member at some point. And I think based on what I read on the staff report, I think staff is doing what staff has been asked to do in terms of continuously trying to find those opportunities to build projects as funding becomes available, as capacity becomes available. Because I think staff could have very well just passed on this project and not even identify it as a project that can get built quickly and have something that the community could use.
But the fact of the matter is that the staff did identify this project and is trying to move it forward for the betterment of our community. So I appreciate that staff is doing that, and I appreciate that even with a process, right? And I think defining that process is really where we have a challenge, because it really depends who you ask what the process is, right? But in the meantime, staff is doing what it can to push projects forward, and that's what I want to highlight.
Ms. Marava? I think my only thought here is I think there's going to be issues that obviously we still need to work out with the NCIP program. And we just have to allow ourselves to be a little bit flexible and adaptable to not preventing us from moving forward on any work. You can't let the good get in the way, whatever the phrase is. You know what I'm talking about? I'm getting tired, actually.
Good. Good.
Perfect. Get in the way of good. Thank you. Thank you. I knew somebody was going to come through. I was wondering. Thank you.
Who is it?
Huh?
Who is it that says it?
It's not a quiz.
Yes.
Voltaire.
Voltaire, okay.
So I appreciate staff finding ways and then the piggybacking and helping us save on cost. I mean, I know staff is doing what they can. If there are true concerns around the derailment of a project, a specific project that we can have a conversation about, let's have that conversation. And let's try to continue working together so that we can try to figure out how to smooth over these issues that relate to the NCIP and working with city. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question here. Actually, just for the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to go on to item number 13. Receive mayor's recommendation and appoint Evans Lynott to the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program Committee. Pass it to staff for presentation.
Who's presenting?
Who's presenting? I can present.
Yeah, that's what we hoped.
So we talked about this at the last council meeting, and I asked it to be tabled. So here we are. I just wanted to make sure that we gave a little bit of additional consideration to the community, given the feedback. I mean, it was kind of one of the points that Ed was alluding to earlier. There's not much time for a dialogue. So after the public input, Hans responded, and I felt like he provided some good feedback, but we didn't get a chance to hear how the community felt about his feedback. So that's why I thought it was appropriate to at least have this go for another round. I also know that we got some feedback from the Navy, and they'll be providing some feedback on this as well. So let's just, if council's okay with it, I'd like to just go ahead and open this up to public comment.
Yep.
All right. So anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item?
Yeah.
And then we're going to check online. So folks use the raise hand function on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one online. Anybody else that's not standing that wants to speak? So 2, 4, 6, 7.
And one online.
One online.
I counted 7, right? 2, 4, 6, 7, 7 total.
Right, and one online, right?
Yeah, six in the room, one online.
Okay. Sorry.
So the math comes out to a minute, 53 seconds.
I'm going to go to 2
two.
minutes. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, City Council. I am Marlena. I am the Naval Support Activity Monterey representative on behalf of the commanding officer, Captain Robert Smith. So I have a few prepared remarks, but first let me start with thank you. Thank you to Hans for falling on his sword to include the military families into the fabric of the community. We really appreciate that. It is vital. So as you might know, La Mesa Village is unique in that the property is owned by the Navy, leased to the Army, and managed by a third-party partner called the Monterey, the Parks of Monterey Bay. It's a little confusing. It confuses me too. So it makes it a unique property. So despite its residential use, it is part of the military base, and therefore any decisions and even suggestions for improvements that need to go through authorized channels. So the applicant that was selected is not authorized to speak on behalf of the Navy. So someone who's not authorized to speak for the DoD can cause confusion because that person might not have awareness or have the necessary background or access to information that's required to make an informed decision. So we want to make sure that the right messaging gets out, especially when it comes to operations, health and safety and welfare of our residents. So we're asking the city to remove consideration for an NCIP representative for Naval Support Activity Monterey or La Mesa Village, however you'd like to word it, because we view it as an unauthorized representation of the Department of Defense. So the bottom line is the DoD rules are in place to ensure the right people with the right information are making the right decisions for our defense and for our neighborhoods. So I appreciate your consideration on a withdrawal of the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to break with tradition and say that I'm actually in favor of the citizens of La Mesa being represented. I think they're citizens of the community and they should be represented. However, I would say that Naval Support Activity Monterey is not a neighborhood. It's not a neighborhood in the sense if you look in a dictionary what a neighborhood is, these are 4 separate parcels of land that are separated from one another. It's not a neighborhood. It's not in your city code book as a recognized residential neighborhood. You have to emphasize it's got to be a residential neighborhood. So I think the solution here would be to combine La Mesa, the parks, whatever you want to call it, with an existing adjacent neighborhood. That way those people can have their voices heard through that neighborhood association. That avoids the problems that were just brought to you. They're not speaking for the Navy. They're just able to conduit to the city through an NIP representative to the NIP committee. So my recommendation would be Naval Support Activity Monterey. It's not a neighborhood. Neither is Ryan Ranch. It's not a neighborhood. It doesn't fit the definitions. So just allow them to be represented by combining the La Mesa Village and only La Mesa Village, not Fleet and Miracle, not the Naval Postgraduate School or the golf course. Combine that with an adjacent neighborhood. And if you want to include the other parts of Naval Support Activity, you can combine those with an adjacent neighborhood as long as it remains a residential neighborhood. You got to be cognizant of diluting the neighborhood that you join them to. If it's an industrial or a recreational facility like a golf course, depending upon how you want to measure percentage of residential, it might be by surface area. A golf course could negate a good part of, say, Casanova Oak Knoll, if that were the community that it was joined to. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I understand some of the confusion and Mr. Usler, last meeting, you said we had updated the policy and procedure manual in 2021, and you're right. We did. It did have the map. Here are the confusing parts. The code says it lists the 16 neighborhoods by name. I think it's at 3.12. So we have that. The map in the NCIP 2021 manual has all the military areas in gray. And I think that confused us. Yes, they were demarcated as separate entities, but they weren't each separate as if they were going to be their own neighborhoods. And then a representative was never discussed. Having representation was never discussed. Nobody has a problem with representation, but how it's allocated has become a problem. And my regret is that the whole question was never taken to NCIP about, equity and inclusion and all the things that NCIP could have opined on and brought a recommendation back to you folks. And then we would have had an advanced level of this discussion. Once again, NCIP is left out of the process, in my opinion. I know we did it in 2021, but it was rapid and it wasn't well done. And all this confusion over the maps, the gray areas, and it continues. The application for NCIP does not have any listing of any of the military institutions nor La Mesa. So, those of us working on the ground floor don't have any cognizance that there was an intention to name representatives to these areas, and the NCIP should have been in on that discussion.
So I just wanted to make sure it was clear that any objection to the appointing of the rep is not a personal attack on the rep. And it also should not be misconstrued as lack of support or appreciation for the men and women who serve in our military. And I think I can speak for everyone here in saying thank you for your service.
Kurt Tipton, I'm the downtown representative for NCIP. First, I want to publicly apologize to the mayor for the poison pen letter. I'll reach out next time. You tonight have gone through and said if it's on private property, we're not going to spend the funds. All of the naval support is on private property. The government clearly has deeper pockets than we do. And given what we just heard, it sounds like that's not going to happen. Although anyone living in La Mesa has the opportunity to submit something to NCIP. For example, they could submit a bike path on Aguajito so they could get down to the Naval Postgraduate School. They have that representation. They're allowed, their residents, and it's on city property. It's not in the military. So again, you've already showed tonight you're not willing to spend funds on private property, and clearly the naval support is all on private property. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, Pat Benza, Monterey Vista neighborhood, and a past member of NCIP. Mr. Evans' landlock's application for NCIP has brought up many issues. This is not about Mr. Laynott, but rather that there is no neighborhood for him to be a representative to. That is very clear on the form on which Mr. Laynott applied. He applied for Alta Mesa since there is no La Mesa neighborhood. I went up to La Mesa and spoke to the marketing manager. Now, it was helpful to hear from this lady from the Navy, but while I was talking to her, goes past the Navy police. They do not use Monterey police. I asked about the fire department. Nope, we don't use the fire department. I asked, could we use your parks? Absolutely not. You are not welcome in our parks. I saw a beautiful gym and a beautiful teen and technology center. Nope, not eligible to use it. That's only for the people at La Mesa. The sign going in, warning, U.S. Navy property, authorized personnel only. While we were, she had was not aware that we were working on this or that the city was working on this, and that it was a private community and allowed no one else on the property. I feel that Mr. Laynott is being used. The cart is being put before the horse. There is no neighborhood and no agreement with the Navy or the parks of Monterey Bay. Why, after 40 years of NIP or NCIP, is this now coming up? I hope you all want this explained as much as many of us do. Thank you.
Thank you. We go on to our online caller.
Yes, this is a telephone caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I request that you reject this appointment as improper. Again, this is, as other speakers have said, this is nothing about the individual. This is about the appointment process. It's entirely inappropriate to put Naval Support Activity Monterey or the Presidio of Monterey representatives on NCIP committee. There appears to be substantial confusion, both about the city code and about jurisdictional and territorial boundaries. Naval Support Activity Monterey and Presidio of Monterey are federal military-based housing areas on federal land. They are not residential Monterey neighborhoods. Residential Monterey neighborhoods and military base housing areas are distinctly different and separate. Military base housing located in proximity to City of Monterey land doesn't change that. The situation seems most akin to two separate countries. The city has no jurisdiction over the military bases or federal land. The federal government and branches of military control all decisions and the personnel that live there, including making all land use decisions for projects, services, expansions, and personnel on the military bases and over which the City of Monterey and Monterey residents have no control. The military can do as it wishes on the land. This is federal jurisdiction and federal territory, not municipal territory. Furthermore, the NCIP membership is established by the city code. The code doesn't allow these inclusions by the mayor or city staff. The NCIP manual, which was referred to at the last meeting, is not the city code, and this was ignored at the last meeting. And that code stipulates who the representatives are. The examples mentioned at the last meeting of residential areas added over the years were areas within the City of Monterey and therefore appropriate as new additions. They were added to the city code. So I ask you to reject these improper appointment proposals. Furthermore, I'm very concerned that these are coming from the military compatible use study. And there was language in there that showed that
Okay, Ms. Beatty,
there's a movement.
that's your time. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. I know staff has some feedback that they want to share, so I'll pass it over to staff.
Yeah, thank you. Let's start with some of the comments made. La Mesa is within the city of Monterey. So it's not outside of the boundaries of the city of Monterey. La Mesa is part of the city of Monterey. There are 1,900 people living in La Mesa, and they are your voters, and they are part of the demographics that led to districting. So La Mesa is part of the city of Monterey. It is mainly federal land, but La Mesa Elementary School is MPUSD property inside La Mesa. And I shared this last time with Tom as well, and then I shared again. It's not any dictionary that defines what a neighborhood is, and it's not the NCIP which decides what a neighborhood is. The city council decides what a neighborhood is. And you can decide to have La Mesa as a neighborhood, or you can take those fundamentals and decide what you want, if you want to do it differently. Absolutely. We look at this, or some of the representatives or some of the constituents speaking tonight, they look at it mostly from the perspective of us spending money on federal property. That's not the case. It is the case of giving 1,900 people a voice. How do we want to spend NCIP funds within the city? They can weigh in on a project at Laguna Grande Park. They can weigh in what they want to see in the sports center. They can see if there are improvements to be made and funded through the NCIP for the library. Why would we deprive 1,900 people of sharing that as equals sitting at the table that is called the NCIP? The city of Monterey provides services to them through the Monterey Fire Department. We are there. We are part of that. It's not an island. It's again within the boundaries of the city of Monterey. Last but not least, if there are ideas to fund improvements on La Mesa, the NCIP will decide that. The majority of the NCIP bring those projects forward, and not a single NCIP rep from La Mesa can delegate $2 million to some federal installation or federal property that somebody says the federal government needs to pay. And if there are projects that they want to do at La Mesa, which could be a playground, it could be an improvement to the sports field or other things, then we have to sit down with with the federal government and negotiate if there is a use agreement and if this allows also other entities in the city to have access to that. And those agreements have to be made. I mentioned it the last time. We have those agreements with MPUSD. We have those agreements with the Department of the Army. So that's just a synopsis of some of the points that I wanted just to share with you. The interpretation of the Navy Judge Advocate General that Marlena was presenting is absolutely okay, but has zero to do with giving those folks a voice to decide how we want to spend NCIP funds across the city and how they can participate in our city as residents, citizens like anybody else. And I think the attorney wanted to say something as well.
I'll just give a brief answer to some of the issues raised about the ordinance and the map and what's a neighborhood and how did this get in here. So the history is that ordinance number 3599 was adopted by the city council in September of 2019. Yes, it does list some neighborhoods, but because that is a fluid concept on occasion on how many there's going to be and where, sometimes they merge. On purpose, the ordinance says the neighborhood maps are as reflected on the map in the engineer's office. So whatever's on the map in the engineer's office is the inclusive number of neighborhoods in the city at any given time. And subsequent to that ordinance adoption, in 2021 is the city council adopted that map as a part of approving the manual. So there's nothing new here, and it's all been done through a very public process, 2 readings of the ordinance and the adoption of the resolution. And actually there was a lot of public discussion. And then finally, if the concern is also about having projects on federal property, the manual does address how that's done, whether there's a project done on school district property, MPUSD properties, MPC, state property, or federal property. There's criteria already in the manual on how that may or may not be done. We can't just impose ourselves on other property and do what we want. There's agreements that have to be made and public access ensured, things like that. So anyway, I think that addresses the legal parts.
Okay, perfect. Bring it back to the council. I'm going to ask for some level of brevity because it doesn't escape me that Dr. Barbara's her birthday wish was to get out of here by 10 o'clock. So, but who wants to start us off?
Oh,
Councilmember Hoffa.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you for all of the public comment. It's always really helpful. I think this actually raises a lot of issues that for me have kind of been percolating in my mind for a while, as far as just how we define neighborhoods and what we expect of neighborhoods. I personally think that a neighborhood should have a neighborhood association. So I'm not aware of a neighborhood association there. Maybe there is one, but I would say there should be a neighborhood association. I personally think neighborhood associations should have an annual membership meeting where anyone in that neighborhood can run for office. I think that meeting should be publicly noticed so everyone in that neighborhood is aware of it. I think that a neighborhood association should have some kind of a meeting around NCIP where they meet with the community and solicit ideas and inform people of the process, have discussion on ideas. So I feel like we as a city should be addressing kind of who do we recognize as a neighborhood association? And then I think a neighborhood association has representation on NCIP. But so in this case, I don't see that. And in fact, what I see is the federal government saying they feel they need to be able to kind of regulate anybody who would be representing that neighborhood. That's very different from any other neighborhood association. I think, well, first of all, at a minimum, I think we need to respect what we heard from the Naval Support Officer. So I can't support at this time moving forward with a representative. I think partly significantly because of that. But then beyond that, I think council in the future, I think you really need to look at, number one, who do we recognize as as a neighborhood? And what are sort of our expectations of a neighborhood association? So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
I'll try to keep it brief. So I think I agree with most of the points that Councilmember Hoffa just shared. And when talking about a neighborhood, what really comes to mind to me is not necessarily boundaries, but I mean, these are actual people who are living there, who are our neighbors. And I agree that there should be some structure to that neighborhood. There should be maybe an association and ways to really have a solid representation for folks who live in our city. And I advocated for this last meeting, and I'm ready to advocate for that representation tonight as well. However, we have a military representative here tonight who is kindly recommending that we don't move forward with this representation. So that being the case, I mean, I want to advocate for representation, but I'm not sure that that's really what's going to fit in this case. So knowing that, I'm not going to support this item tonight.
So I echo a lot of what my colleagues are saying. I do agree that we need to be more specific in the definition of the neighborhoods and what that would entail, whether it's neighborhood associations or what have you, but to be more specific in that so that we are able to structure that as we go forward. But I do take a lot from what the people, the public comments said tonight, and specifically our naval representative herself speaking, I think was very clear. So I wouldn't be supporting it either.
Sometimes I just wonder how we get here. You know, and we don't have the time to discuss that. But the central point for me is that we have the military authority that's expressed a desire to not move forward. I think that weighs significantly with a decision for me. But I want to recognize that those 1,900 folks that do live there, there are many voters, residents, parents of children that attend our schools, as well as they aren't necessarily all military. So there's some dependents as well. I don't know Mr. Lynott, and I don't know if he's a dependent or a civilian, but I'm going to guess he's probably a civilian and interested in becoming involved. And we haven't heard from the mayor in terms of how the interview was and why he would recommend him. But I think we're stuck in the phase of, should we even have it or should we not? But tonight's agenda item is focused on an appointment of Mr. Lynott. But I think we've missed several steps with this. And I think the option that's most clear in my mind is if there is a necessity for the residents that are there that choose to form an association, I would welcome that. I think that's the first step before we find a single person and appoint them to NCIP, because I think it really dilutes the ability to really bring a neighborhood association to the forefront, to have that defined voice that they represent. Not necessarily that the military folks are doing that. I would suspect it's likely going to be dependents and civilians that would want to participate in that as residents of La Mesa. The other choice is if they chose to want to have some bond and connection, they could certainly reach out and contact the president of Aguajito Oaks and have some conversations in terms of expanding that neighborhood association, which is easily within the closest geographical location for representation. So I just feel like this is a case of that we should pause, stop, and allow the neighborhood association to formulate in an organic manner and not try and force this to say we want to make it a voting representative to have a single person without even having an association. I just don't think that this is ready to act on, and I think it should be removed, postponed, and we notify Mr. Lynott. We communicate with others that are civilians out there that they have an opportunity to form an association, and they certainly have an opportunity to go across the street and join with the Aguajito Oaks Association. But I can't support the recommendation of an appointment. And having heard some more testimony from some of the members tonight, I still would have some questions about if they had an association and they had a project they identified and they voted on it and it went to the NCIP and it was on military property, I couldn't support spending the money if it was for a military idea. I could support their project if they voted and identified something that was on city land, public property that benefited the city of Monterey, but I would not want to start a new system of recognition where we start spending money on a military location such as this, unless we got to a defined agreement where the public had access to be able to use it. And that's clearly not the case with La Mesa. It may be in the future. I'm sorry? What do we have that's at La Mesa that we've spent NCIP money for?
No, what we are saying is that those provisions are given that you have to have those agreements in place if you want to do something in La Mesa using city funds. So I cannot give you an example right now in La Mesa where we have funded a project, but should it be the will of the people to fund a project on La Mesa, there are provisions in place to reach those agreements according to our NCIP manual.
And I'm not disagreeing with that.
Got it.
It would require that we have the agreement. If I were to say I would vote for in favor of a
Absolutely.
project,
Yes.
there would certainly have to be an agreement and an understanding that we as citizens can go on the property and use that facility. So, and I'm in agreement with you.
We did a project work we did on federal ground was and Tom will recall this, the Navy Dunes restoration.
Yes.
For years we had projects where we restored Navy dunes because they look nice and we could make it happen. So we did, that's a project I recall from that we did on Navy property with NCIP funds. I do not recall a project at La Mesa.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I would never consider that. It's everything has to come with its merits.
Right.
But as a general rule, if it's a military project on military property that has no benefit to the remaining citizens of Monterey, I would have a hard time understanding that. But that's for a future matter. I just don't think that we can make this appointment tonight. And I think that this is an opportunity for those that live in La Mesa that would like to have an association. There is a pathway to do that. They can certainly make the contacts with current neighborhood associations and find out how to do that, or join another association. But that's my thoughts.
Thank you, council. So off the top, I had a conversation with Marlena this weekend, and she had presented to me essentially what she had shared today. And so I followed up with Hans about this on Monday and had proposed the idea of withdrawing this, but ultimately decided to bring it forward for this very conversation. And I think it's good for us to get to some of the core issues here that we still need to address. The idea of having a requirement that neighborhood associations have an annual meeting. I mean, I guess is there somewhat of a rhetorical question to staff in regards to what kind of requirements or expectations can we have of a neighborhood association in order to qualify them from having a seat on the NCIP, representation on the NCIP. But the idea around them having an annual meeting, not even all of our current NCIP or neighborhood associations have an annual meeting. Not even all of the neighborhood associations have members. I mean, so I think that there's a deeper conversation for us to have there in regards to what our litmus test is for representation. But I do think that this talks to a broader conversation because can't remember who said it, if it was Kurt or Tom, but I think it was Tom, the idea of them, the residents in La Mesa being looped in with Aguajita Oaks. So they essentially have like another representative. I think that there's just a larger conversation around what representation means. And I've had this concern for a long time, and some folks might not like this idea, but I just kind of feel like the NCIP has gotten so big, and it's so challenging for us to have conversations that are productive, and so when we're having this conversation around representation, why does it need to be that each neighborhood association, again, however we devise that litmus test of what determines what a neighborhood association is? And I'll just give an example that I've heard from staff before in the past. What if there's a group in Old Town that wants to create their own neighborhood association and they want a seat on the NCIP? How would we say no to them if they form their own neighborhood association? Are there going to be folks in town that say, no, Old Town already claims that you can't create your own neighborhood association? So it's like these social clubs as opposed to the real true representation that people that represents every resident in the city of Monterey. So could a better way of looking at this be that we perhaps align it with the districts? And I think I've heard this talked about in the past when we were talking about transitioning to districts. So I just think there's a larger conversation to be had in general around what representation looks like on NCIP. We need to make sure that everybody in our community is represented, and right now that's not the case. And so I agree with my colleagues. I'm going to conclude with the fact that Mr. Lynott was a wonderful person that was willing to step up and serve, and I was enthusiastic around trying to find a way of him being able to do that. So if he's listening tonight, or if he's watching the recording later, or hopefully we can work with staff as we communicate back to him in regards to the results of the appointment process tonight, that this has nothing to do with his qualifications, and more about a procedural process issue, and that we hope he puts his name in the hat to try to get on another board, commission, or committee, so that we can get him to somehow participate in the city, and just thank him for his willingness to serve our community. So with that, I'll go ahead and I don't know what the appropriate way of just kind of moving this table, and then tabling it doesn't require us to. I'm never going to get this. I'm going to ask this question forever. Okay. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just an invitation to Mr. Lynott. I haven't met him, and you've interviewed him, and I would encourage him to find a way to form an association. I think that's the most appropriate pathway to define a neighborhood of his residents that would be willing to have some semblance of a neighborhood association where they are engaged and they can participate, because there's many folks up there that are going to live there for a while and be there as non-military folks. And I think that there's a neighborhood up there. And I will say, when I last ran and I was knocking on doors, I knocked on doors there, and there are voters there. And there are people there that I think that should be represented if they choose to do so through an association that they form.
So just a quick clarification. I think that the point doesn't matter in regards to what the Navy rep, what Marlena is saying. It doesn't matter if a neighborhood association forms there, it's still Navy property. And I don't think the Navy is going to be okay with us moving forward with having a representative represent that neighborhood.
I would say that that's up to the association members that want to work through their military structure or their communications, because there may be some misunderstandings about what their role would be.
Okay.
So it's up to them.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we're going to go ahead and go to council comments.
Birthday girl.
Please, Dr. Barber.
Just a quick one. So I work with a lot of the sister cities that we have, and Azerbaijan is one of them. And I'd like to present this to our city from one of our cities, Azerbaijan. And they are just fabulous. But one of the things that they're known for many different things, but they're known for is carpet making, flat weave. And this is a replica of what the loom looks like that is in our sister city. And they've been doing this for 5,000 years. And so I wanted to be able to present this to our city, our sister city, to our city, from Azerbaijan.
Can we do a photo? I mean, make that official. Come on. Come on. Let's do a photo. Come on, do it for Kim. Come on. Come on. Somebody take a photo.
Okay, we can do a photo.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Don't act like that is.
And we already went past her wish list of
That's
getting
right.
this
So you
over
can
at
at least
10
do a
o'clock.
picture with before we said. Thank
Well,
you
you have
so
to hold
much.
it with me. Here we go.
Why is he pointing at that?
I'm just trying to highlight Azerbaijan.
All right, awesome.
He didn't do well.
Thank you, Dr. Barber.
In his office.
Appreciate your representation of the city and your visit to Azerbaijan. Any other council member have an update?
Yes.
Please, Ed.
As quick as I can. There's no TAMSI meeting this month. MST had a meeting. I was appointed to be the appeal hearing officer for a termination of an employee, and that occurred last Wednesday. See Monterey 2 weeks ago meeting. Fascinating in terms of what they are anticipating in their future marketing and returns, and the hospitality concerns, and also what happens with new hotels coming on in the next couple of years, over 1,000 rooms within 15 miles of the city of Monterey. So that was a very interesting conversation as well. One topic I brought to the city manager is on MPUSD Monterey High School traffic congestion. Gino, I've seen you up there dropping off your kids, and I'm dropping off my grandson. So I asked the city manager to coordinate something with the superintendent and find out what the status of their construction is and their congestion that we've been experiencing this year at Monterey High School. OMBA meeting is tomorrow, and I don't want to go into great length on one of the persons that called and called me out in terms of the campaign. I'll just say that those that I supported in the campaign and my actions in the campaign for anything that she alleged, I feel proud and can hold my head high in terms of anything and everything that I did in support of those candidates. And her comments are flatly wrong. And the invitation is always available for her or any other person who wishes to meet and have a conversation with me to clear the air and be truthful with each other. But sniping over the phone at a council member is entirely not beneficial. I can take it, but the invitation is always there for Esther to reach out and contact me. And we can certainly have an effective dialogue for that, to be honest with each other. That's all the comments that I have, Mayor, and I'll pass it on.
I'll pass it to Hans.
Very briefly, Thanksgiving, we are again in partnership with the Monterey Food Bank and Monterey Kiwanis and others handing out 1,000 meal kits for Thanksgiving dinners. They were sold out within 12 hours. We get support from Monterey Fire, Monterey Police, and DLI students helping us to distribute the food.
Thank you, everybody, for, I gotta turn this back on. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out for the long haul. It was a great discussion, to be continued. I feel optimistic about our ability to be able to get through some of these issues as it relates to NCIP. So I appreciate your public participation in this process and truly look forward to the ongoing discussion. All right, with that, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.